Okay. So, couple housekeeping. Sorry, coming in being professional now. It's nice to see you again. Um, I leveled up your character to level 8 to match the party. Um, and that should be in D&D Beyond for you. One thing to note is that your unarmed strikes were we kind of homebrewed, so your attacks will have a +7 versus a +2 that says on your D&D Beyond character sheet, and that's for Terra. And aside from that, how you guys doing? Is everybody good? Anything that you guys needed from me? How's life? Nice. $32. Yeah, because it's an insurance thing, and that's how I knew the answer to that question. Because if you work over a certain amount of hours, they have to give you full time insurance benefits, which will cost them like $700 a month probably, and they don't want to do that. Yeah.
And I'm
Oh, no, run away! It's been so long since we've seen Aquaman.
it's gonna be so funny.
Welcome, welcome.
Hi.
So we have
Wait, are we actually live?
we are live now, yeah. So we've been live for a little bit, but I have multiple scenes now that I'm trying to set up. So
Okay.
we were just on our
Wait,
starting
how long have
screen.
we been live for?
Long enough, but no audio, so don't worry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I'm smart now. I'm smart. I have a starting screen for swear words.
The swear words, aka rain.
Yeah,
Hi.
because what was it? 2 sessions ago, we went live, and the first word on stream was an F-bomb. Like,
Oh no, it was worse than that.
yeah.
It was worse than that. No, don't make me edit this again. Rain. Do it. I don't want to edit it. I have a paper to write tonight.
In that case,
I will kill you.
Sorry, D&D.
Yeah.
Everyone?
Trauma. All right, now. Well, awesome. Well, welcome. I'm glad to be at the table. I was definitely feeling a little burnout last week, so again, it's appreciated that we got a week off. But I got a couple of fun ideas for you guys, and I hope it plays out nice. But yeah, so we'll see how today goes. What was our stop point again?
You're back.
What was our what?
Our stop point again? Was it 1:30? PST?
I
I didn't have one.
I don't have a stop point.
Okay. Cool.
I need to leave in about 4 hours.
Okay. That's usually the normal time for us, so I think that'll probably be good session time there.
Yeah.
And then yes, we have a returning player.
Yes, we have our cat back.
Yeah, your cat has returned. I need food. She needs food. I got food, but you're just
he's
eating
just been
all of it.
stuck in the bag like Pelly, but for way longer.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Peter's sister was stuck in the bag of holding for like about a month.
Yeah, I know you told me.
I did? Okay.
Yeah. She was
Please
not
tell me
happy with
someone's
us.
just gonna come out of the bag. Just like.
I think my favorite part about that was when we were all discussing about getting off the island, and then Cedar's like, "No, we're not leaving until we discuss this." And it was just like, "Pelly's in the bag." It was like, "Get us off this island."
I
You
completely
have
forgot
my
about that.
sister in a bag.
If she's as small as you, it fits.
Hey.
It's good times. All right. So, where did we leave off, kiddos?
So, last session we started off with me doing a recap of the first session I wasn't there for. And then, Cedar was sitting and talking to her new follower, and her new follower was just like, "I need to murder people," and she's just like, "Why?" And he said, "I'm low." The creature said, "I'm lonely," and we were like, "Murder? Why?" And it was just like, "That's how things work here. I need to murder to not be lonely." And we're just like, "What if we didn't?" And I was just like, "You don't get me." And so then
Stop saying Mom.
And so then, in this like little background, you have while Cedar's trying to be like, "Let's not murder people, because I like to be a good person."
Boo.
And so then in the background, Kittis and Leah are sitting and having a conversation where Leah's just like, "You owe me a deal," and she's just like, "Fine, I'll let you pull." And then they had a foot pull from the deck of many things, and Leah was just like, well, chaotic deck of many things. And then Leah was just like, "I want multiple." And Kay said, "That's not the deal." And they had a little scuffle about it, and eventually ended up with a pretty good deal about it. And we got a couple of different pulls. Leah's now bald.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I remember from that.
Okay,
The bald cow.
you know Sphinx cats? Now think of a humanoid cow. Now Sphinx cow. Boom. That's what Leah looks like right now.
I mean, valid.
But
I can see it, yeah.
Oh, cow.
in any case, so Leah and Kenneth were having this conversation in the background and making little deals. And so then Leo was just like, wait, you just need to kill some things, right? Okay. To the creature who's just like, I need to murder to not be lonely. And Leo's just like, okay, here you go. And let the creature murder some rats. And then it evolved like a Pokemon. And so it turns out it just needed experience points. And so then it evolved, and then it had now a symbol on its chest that was like, and now looks very much like a female, but it had a symbol that was just like a that had it looked like Lolth's symbol, but with an owl in the middle, which means that technically it's still Cedar's follower, but it means that it's now a hierarchy.
Because Cedar's
So-
accidentally
Yeah.
loafed.
We're saying that the
so
hierarchy
then-
of power has changed forever in this universe.
And so then she was just like, "Oh no!" And then the creature was just like, "I know my purpose now." And she's just like, "I'm filled with rage." And Cedar was just like, "Please don't." and then Cedar, all of a sudden Cedar started acting weird, and we because we said Lol's name, and then guess what? Cedar's the only one that failed the save, so she got taken over. So then she got taken over and started walking over to Kittis, and now Kittis had a choice: do I help my mom or not? And she decided to help her mother, and so now Kittis hierarchy is technically Lolth, Kittis, Cedar, follower. So now Kittis has the final say in their new domain that they created, and she is now like the head over it, even though it's technically all split. But she's like the one that's like, this is final say, even though it's all of ours. And Kittis now is now in charge. That should not have happened. But it did.
Terrifying. Like, if this child had any power, Goku
Oh.
gave her the power. We had nothing to do with that.
She's so cute though. So in any case.
He's giving your trauma.
So anyways,
nothing
so
new.
then
No, he isn't.
we got some. Kittis was just like, I need sleep. And guess what? Turns out when Kittis needs sleep and she goes to sleep, so does everything else in the domain. It is like everything in the domain is now influenced by her, and it's great. So then she started wandering on the Shadow Bell to kind of start figuring out the map layout and kind of get an internal map, because she now has the power of dreams. And Philo helped her out with that, which was great. And so then she woke up. Cedar got in a fight with her follower because she was just like, no, I deserve to be amazing. I am amazing. And the follower was just like, eh. And so then. It is
No, it
technically how
isn't.
that went. That is
No,
technically
it
how it went.
No.
Yes,
Just
it is.
mundane,
That's
if
how
you
I
like
remember
that.
it. So,
Oh, come on.
in all seriousness, though, she tried having conversation with the creature, and the creature was just like, "You're not, no." It was just not having it. And then Cedar was just like, "You're disrespecting me. I don't like that." That's technically actually how it went, but that's not as fun to say. So then Kate was just like, "We need to leave," and Cedar's just like, "I'm not done yet." And Kate was just like, "I wasn't joking." And turns out this is how I learned that Kate now has control over Cedar, because now Cedar, with touching her and a failed save, now just all of a sudden had a desire to leave. That was entirely her own desire. That was impressed on my. It was so great. And so then Kenneth and Cedar had a whole little talk about the thing about how you need to let people make their own choices. And Kid says, like, the only time I will change someone else's choice is when they're infringing on the choice of someone else. And so then they continued walking. We were walking along, and we leave the city because the kid is now making a beeline to this one destination and did not tell anyone else where we were going. We were just walking and walking, and things were following us, and all of a sudden stuff got stolen. And so then we were just like, what? And so then we found the stuff at a little scarecrow, pumpkin head thing. So then we were just like, Cedar, go steal it back. And so Cedar tried to steal it back, and then the thing woke up, but we didn't see the thing wake up.
2/3 successful.
2 of them were successful. The third one was not. And so
Oh, wait for it.
then the thing woke up and was just like, oh, you want this back? And she was just, and they had this whole long conversation. which was great. It was fantastic. And then Cedar made a choice. And so then Cedar was just like, and the thing was just like, I just needed you to light the little candle in my mouth. And she was just like, hi, give me back my stuff. And so she lit a candle, and then the entire area changed because now it was the Pumpkin Man's domain. And he said, you can pass through safely. And then turns out there was this dude following us that was just like, I was just going to let you go by if you just let me steal your stuff. And we were just like, no, I'm going to kill you. And we were like, yeah, okay, my dude. Have fun with that.
Cool story, rep.
So then,
And there were those 3 vengeance spirits. Like one was behind each of you, remember? And they like disappeared.
yes, they did.
Mhm.
And so
We
then,
just ignore that ever happened.
we got our stuff back and we were able to pass through the domain. And then we're just like, you know what we need? Sleep. So we were like debating on where we're gonna sleep. And so then we continued on, and we got to this new spot that was like this historical battlefield where we got to see Lolth and this one other dude, which was I don't remember his name. It was like an elf dude. Oh, that apparently got in a fight with Lolth, and we're like, oh, this conflict's been happening forever. Okay, that's interesting to know, but we need sleep. So we climbed into the bag, and Leah's like, I don't need sleep because now I have these weird new buff things that makes it so I can never get exhausted. I'm like, sweet, we'll sleep in the bag. You keep walking. And Kid has pointed where they need to go. Gave Leah a little watch, so then they would know on when to pull us out of the bag. And then Leah kept walking. And we continued on, and then we finally reached the Raven Queen's domain, and we got pulled out of the bag, and now we're in the Raven Queen's domain, and we remember everything. Everything
more
that ever
thing you
happened in our
forgot.
lives. What did I forget?
While Leah was walking towards the Raven Queen's domain, she pulled a card that turned into 2 cards, and both of those cards summoned a dragon, one of which
Yeah.
is there to help me, one of which is there to kill me. And I don't know what is what.
Oh, I forgot about that because the DLC
There are
made.
2 dragons inside of us. Which
we know
one
what
do
one
you
of them looks
feed?
like. We know what one of them looks like. We just don't know whether or not it's one to befriend you or kill you.
Correct.
So yeah, that's what
That's
happened.
I mean, first and foremost, well done. That is a lot to recap.
Oh.
Amazing job, Cherise, as usual.
True that.
Just every week.
It's a good thing
From
none
memory.
of us do the recap, because we'd be shit by comparison.
I think so. I think you guys would do a good job.
Nah, I forget stuff.
Oh, it's good for me too. Honestly, it's I like the I was like, oh yeah, we did do that sometimes. Because I take notes, but there are some times where you recap stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, that happened. All right. So.
Gaslighting the DM. I start making up stuff we did last session.
Oh man, that would
And we
be
got, like,
hilarious.
million
Yeah,
gold.
pineapple.
We found a bag with 10,000 gold in it, just randomly. Don't know how, don't know why. We just found
Did
it.
you feel like really generous last week?
Also, Gale can shoot lasers from his eyes. I just want to remind everybody of that fact. You know.
What? Don't feel generous. Oh. Yeah.
But
So you guys ended session kind of staring up at a hilltop. Ooh, there's some echo. What just happened there?
oh, I hear it.
Secret
Check.
echo.
Secret echo. Alright, did it end? Did it stop? No?
Nope.
Still going for me.
Stop. I still hear it.
I think it might be coming through. Alright. That's weird. Hang on one second. I'm gonna do a mean thing. And mute people.
I think so. I'm scared.
Alright, so hold on. One sec. No audio, please. And loud sounds.
Okay.
Ah.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay.
127.
Alright. Did that do it? No?
Pterodactyls.
Hold on.
You
One
don't
sec.
like my pterodactyl noise?
Okay, coming through again. 1 second. I'm talking really loud.
And us.
Nope. 1 second. Did that come through? Cedar, say something.
Hi.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Alright, the echo's gone. Checking.
Oh.
Rain, say something.
Yo, 1212.
Kiddish, say something.
Okie dokies. I'm saying stuff.
Hey, Mom?
No, I guess we're good. Okay. I will double check then if things come back. I'm gonna switch off this audio track just in case it's causing problems.
All right.
Sounds good.
I was fully prepared just to say the word something when you asked me to say something. I was there, like, come on, it's my moment. Oh.
You're like, yay, my turn. Oh, no.
Jeez. All right.
No.
Just like every sports day at school.
Oh.
Get fucked.
There's me and then there's Rain. Two very different reactions. It has a voice though. Oh my gosh.
So you guys found yourselves climbing up the side of a mountain in Shadowfell, and you kind of ended your journey, and you see the silhouette of a fortress just on this mountaintop. And if you look down the landscape, you see the shadow of the fortress actually casting over a city, a really large city that you didn't really notice through the fog before until it kind of clears every few moments like a low cloud washing over the city. And every few moments you see a bright light of radiant gold cast a shadow cast a light over the entire field of vision that you have. And not only does this light make things clear, it actually restores colors to Shadowfell where there were none, where everything's a dreek gray and black and kind of a miasmic green in some cases. Vibrant colors returned in the radiance of this gold light, and then that light begins to fade again, and you see that it's almost like a lighthouse every few minutes as a beacon coming from the fortress. And that's where you guys
Miguel's
kind
just
of
start
left off.
walking towards that light.
So would Leah be presently aware of the dragons?
Let me double check the cards. Because some of them say you're kind of aware, right?
What did the heart of the cards say?
No.
Initiative. Because it's time to do. No, I'm joking.
I have blue eyes, white dragon.
Actually, I
attack
guess in this sense it would be
Good morning,
Black Eyes White
everyone.
Dragon.
I set two dragons on us. Help. Just
So
imagine that. Everyone's coming out of the bag. Just he's like, good morning, there's dragons.
you inherently know, but you don't know the identity. So you
Okay.
understand that yes, there is a dragon that is hostile to you, and a dragon that is friendly to you. However, you don't know which dragons they are, like how far they are, where they are. You don't know too much about it. Just that
Okay.
they are present.
Then when Leah is pulling people from the bag, she's gonna go, "Hey, kid, we gotta talk."
just woke up.
Yeah.
Valid.
Let's go over there.
Let's get settled. Wake up. And she follows Leah.
So, and she
Mhm.
and at this point she's in kind of a hushed tone. So you know how you let me do that final pull last night?
Yeah.
So I pulled this one card. It was the Jester, right? And
Mhm.
it split into two physically.
Okay.
And so when that card split in two, it split into each of their own card.
Okay.
So that is good information to know, just outright. But
Yes.
when those two cards attain their own identity, one is sending a dragon, help me. The other is sending a dragon to kill me.
Are the dragons in the Shadowfell? Did they like
Yes,
manifest them? Oh.
they're currently heading here.
Oh.
And I don't know which is which.
Mhm.
But I might be able to use that one card that I gave you access to figure it out.
Aw.
It's not a promise, it's a possibility.
Can we wait until they possibly are closer?
Oh, sure, yeah. Because I have a plan to deal with it. Because this book, and she kind of waves the Book of Vile Darkness,
Mhm.
gives me access to dominate monster once per day. So if I know which
Okay.
is which, no, I want to wait until it gets closer. Because if I know which is which, then I can possibly dominate it and either force it to help us for that time or kill it in that time.
That's not what I'm upset about. I was like so excited to use this card for myself.
Oh, I know, me too. And I mean, we still could, because we could always try the, hey, two people, one always lies, one always tells the truth, how do you figure it out, that kind of thing. We could always just deduce it. But this would be the fast track option.
Yeah.
It's completely your call. I would not be upset either way.
Well, and if I have to give up this card,
Mm-hmm.
I want claim on a future card you pull if I like it.
Mm. Okay, we need to go more into that. Because
It's like a favor, but if
yes,
you
but
pull a
that's
card and I like
extremely
it,
vague.
yes, but it's like in a future time. You said that anytime you pull a card, it will be without any strings. This
Mhm.
is one string for one card in the future. That if I choose that I want that card, and I want the result of that card, I get to have it.
See, I'm okay with that because I see your point. My only issue with that is not an issue, it's a functionality issue from what I understand of the cards from having pulled like 4 of them now, technically 5. When you pull the card, certain ones like the one I got, the knowledge one, lets you activate it at any given moment. Some of them just happen, like the dragons. So if I get a
Okay.
card that just happens and it hits me and there's nothing I can do about that, there's nothing I can do about that.
Well, what if I cannot use the card? If you pull the card and I can't use it, like it's not one that you get to use later, then I
Mm-hmm.
get to call on one favor based off the skill or whatever you gain from the card.
Done.
Sweet. And she like holds her hand out to shake on it.
And she happily shakes that hand. But for her, it's more of like one of the arm shakes because her hands are just that big.
Weird flags, but sure.
Okay. Well, the dragon thing is a later us problem.
More like a 15-minute us problem, but yeah.
What do you
Maybe we
mean?
can have the Raven Queen kill one of them if we're lucky.
So yeah, I say we fucking book it.
Can we pull out your boat to get to the to wherever to get faster?
See, I would love to. I would, but I'm also very hesitant to do that. Because do you remember what happened to the rats when we pulled them from the bag?
We got murdered upon permission.
No, they got murdered instantaneously.
We also gave permission for it.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the people that killed it. It was the environment. Just being pulled
that's
from that
true.
pocket dimension killed the rat. If the boat breaks entirely, there's no fixing it because the people that gave us the magic rocks are all dead.
I will walk.
But if this dragon thing works out, we'll have a dragon.
That is so much cooler than a boat, and
Right.
probably less likely to be damaged.
Uh-huh. But also, if it can survive here right now, it can survive here when it's mine.
Can't wait for us to have a dragon.
But there's something I need from you for the dragon. Think of a name.
It depends on what the dragon looks like and whether or not they're mean.
Right, that's what we're gonna figure out, so be thinking.
Okay. His face, I'm sorry.
Your whole plan to deal with 2 dragons is on a
Maybe.
successful
Yes.
spell that technically you learned from a book.
Yes.
These are the reasoning skills of this party. So that our does
Okay.
not get better than this.
You know, this is par for the course for this group, and I'm all for it. So that'll get played out when it gets played out. So
While this conversation is going on, Gale's been looking at the lighthouse, and something primal inside of him has just said, "Go." And so he started going towards the lighthouse like a moth to the flame.
so
After
yeah.
he just starts flying.
Go see her,
Oh
see
no,
this.
that's hilarious. You're playing the moth up. I love it. So you guys are having this discussion about dragons, and really just in your own little worlds, and Gale just flies away towards this bright light. And yeah, Cedar, you're awake. So yeah, it'd be fairly obvious, right? You guys are in a pretty big clearing, and Gale is just flying off into the distance.
She's gonna grab him by the ankle and just pull out. What are you doing?
The light, Cedar. It's so
No,
beautiful.
Leah. She's
Yes.
just gonna kind of like pull him down and then get to the point where she can like put her hands over him. No, don't do that.
Wait,
Don't
no.
do
I want to see the lights.
Leah's gonna
don't
walk
do it.
over and like, as Cedar's like struggling to bring him back down a little bit, she's just gonna like grab his ankle when she can, tie a rope around it, and just go, gavel him. Finished.
Gail just leashed. Gail got a child leash before Kidis got a child leash. I'm just saying.
Why can't I move further towards the lights?
Gail, I need you to focus. I need you to focus.
I am focusing on the light.
Oh boy. Okay. Avoid lighthouses.
Oh no,
in the future.
this is probably for the better right now that he does whatever this is. Just let him get it out of his system before shit hits the fan entirely.
Sure, yeah, but if we get into if we have combat, we can't do combat with him doing this.
Right, so we let him get it out of his system now.
Okay. Let's just try and not have to beat something up before then.
So we start moving forward, and Kedis would just be like, "To the Raven Queen, to the Raven Queen."
Okay then.
As you guys scale your way up the side of the mountain, we'll call it, whether you do it with flight or walking or a combination. Like I said, you notice every few minutes, and then as you get closer, it kind of seems to take every few hours that this golden light actually is produced and kind of casts color all over the area.
What are you doing?
You really kind of get to this clearing, and the castle really comes into view. And at first, it was a fortress on top of a mountain, and then as you get closer, it actually seems to kind of be nestled into a piece. So, what you saw from a distance doesn't match what you're looking at now. And then you kind of start to forget what you were looking at the top of the mountain originally, and only really remember that this fortress has been in the middle of this forest that was on top of a mountain, but now it's kind of in a clearing. And you see in detail now what's producing this light, and it almost blinds you as you guys get closer to it, but it's a golden tree. It actually seems to be gold plated with just veins of radiant energy, and every few hours it actually emits a light that gets cast over the entire valley that this castle's overlooking. However, you kind of look down to where the city was, and it doesn't seem to be there. But then, when you don't see it, you seem to forget that the city even existed, and really can only focus on the tree. Do you guys continue to approach? Or what do you guys do from here?
Kid just kind of turns to Leah like, keep a lookout. I'm gonna poke it.
Kids, are we sure that's a good idea?
Fastest way to get someone's attention is mess with something.
I don't know if that's a great idea. I'm gonna rephrase. This is a bad idea.
It just starts walking forward. She's just like, you're not in charge of me anymore, Mom.
Was I ever? Like, let's be real here.
And she kind of walks over to the tree. I kind of just knocked. Like, it's like a door.
Why is Kidis allowed to touch the tree?
Oh my god.
So,
Just going to face palm.
you enter the well, you don't enter, but you kind of find yourself in a courtyard area at this point as you ventured closer and closer to the tree, and you knock on it, and nothing really happens with the tree, but what you do notice is kind of a purring meow yawn of a cat that was seemingly sleeping in the tree. And as you look up, would Kittis know?
Yes.
Okay,
The only
yeah.
one who wouldn't is
He was
Leah.
there when
Yeah.
we adopted kids.
That's right. So you look up and you actually see a familiar face of a tabaxi that left your party ages ago, but now seems to be here in Shadowfell, sleeping in a tree outside of the Fortress of Memories.
No way.
Wait, do they see her?
Yeah. I mean, anyone who's approached the tree that's in visual range would. I'm assuming they kind of are keeping an eye on you, so they would. They
I
would.
thought we were with kids. Sorry.
Yeah. Presumably, I'm
at the
sure.
tree.
Yeah. I think Gale was just kind of going towards the tree entirely as well. So I think Gale and Kittis would probably see her first, and then the rest of the party.
Whoa, these trees are very... What? A Karen? Are you dead as well?
How did you die? Gale? Aaron?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a long story. It was consensual. How you doing? How you living? Oh, hang on.
Oh, Gale.
How's things?
Why are you flying?
Oh, oh yeah, you weren't here for. I have wings now. I kissed a fairy and I grew wings. Well, a fairy kissed me. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I'm probably better off not knowing. No,
I
that's
used to
legit.
leave. I used
That's
to leave
actually-
glitter behind me. This is yeah.
Yeah.
Our campaign in a nutshell.
Hey, Akron! Have you seen the Raven Queen around?
Chaos child. Yeah, somehow that thing's still alive. As are you apparently. Yeah, I don't know how that happened either. How have you been? Who is that?
Oh, my
You
big
just-
cow sister.
This-
This
yeah,
is
you
Leah.
just see this like you don't even see her face because she's wearing the dread helm. So you just see this like 7.5, 7'8", super fucking muscly gray hairless creature, wearing like a regular tunic, with these these gray metal bracers on that just look like they're pumping lava directly into her arms.
Yeah, she's my big
And
sister.
and when you look, like when you notice her, just out of the corner of your eye, you see a sword on her back. When you turn and look at her, there's no sword.
Still no answer to my question. Who is this?
This is Leah. She's my big cow sister.
You're what now?
Yeah, so remember I came from like a monastery in the mountains? She was there as
Yes.
well, and she's kind of like my big sister, so I call her my big cow sister. She's not an actual cow. She's a furbolg, and she's actually not a cow as like a person. She's like a nice person.
Most part. But you
Not
still haven't
just
answered my
happened since the
question.
last saw you. Yeah.
It just gets tired of her question not getting answered and starts looking around.
Hey, what are you guys doing here? I got dragged to the Shadowfell. Of course you did. Well, I didn't mean to. It's kind of. Basically, Kittis kind of died, and then I got her back. Of course, it was the child's fault. In order to get her back, I'm kidding, Kittis. In order to get her back, had a conversation with Lolth, and that conversation ended in me accidentally getting Kittis's deal transferred over to me. I thought there'd be more to the conversation, but apparently when I was asked what I wanted, that was the end of the conversation. I was not aware of this. Then things were fine for a while, and all of a sudden, Lolth dragged me down to the underworld, and these guys came to make sure I wasn't dead. And
Technically,
now
I came to make sure Gale's not dead.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Cannonballs.
it kind of Cedar switches into Thieves Can't, which is the language. Yeah. And she goes, Leah doesn't like me. She broke my ribs on the first meeting. I'm a little scared of her. Help me. Switches back into common. And
I didn't know you spoke French, Cedar.
what's French?
It's angry common. It's angry common. That's what.
Yeah. No. Angry common is German. Cursive common is French.
Cursive common.
Yeah.
Yes. And so now we are on our way to meet the Raven Queen, I guess. Kid has kind of decided we're going to see the Raven Queen, so I don't know, dead things are her thing. So
Since when does the child decide?
Well, another interesting story. So you know how the whole thing with Lowell happened? In order so Lowell can't use me as a meat puppet, Kittis is playing tug of war with Lolth, and the rope is my soul. And because of that, Kittis can kind of control me at times. I'm not happy about it, but it is a thing that's happening, and I trust her not to be malicious about it. Somehow Cedar's talking on her teeth, despite not having any as a bird.
Kittis is now looking around.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a queen now, by the way. That happened. That's weird. I don't like that, but you know. Oh, yeah. Akarin just kind of rolls her eyes and is like, yeah, of course, under her breath. Yeah, so how are you here? Are you dead? I don't think so. I've just been roaming around ever since I left you guys, and here I am. This is the Shadowfell. How do you roam around until you reach the Shadowfell? I basically live in the shadows. No, but like the Shadowfell's for dead people. You know, okay.
No, I've done it.
Energy.
You mean you've done it?
Where did I live?
She just kind of tripped and fell, and now she's here.
Matrix and Shadowfell. Did
Leah just
Oh.
looks straight up at Cedar and just goes, "Where did I live?"
Oh yeah, that in between like Fey realm place. Gotcha.
Also, it looks
Way.
up at Cedar.
I guess Cedar was flying.
Yeah.
I guess about level with Akron.
Yeah, probably right.
At this point in the conversation, Kittis has long dipped out, and she's just like, "How to get the Raven Queen's attention?"
So you'll notice that they're in the courtyard. You guys are not necessarily alone. You are distracted by Akarin, but there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of crows, just at various levels on various walls. Some of them are even in the tree that are sitting there. But every time it kind of flashes bright, the crows will fly away. What is strange about the crows is that they're eerily silent. Whereas crows will usually make their kind of noises and things like that to communicate, they are all just quiet, kind of staring down at you with like red eyes, and then they pay you kind of no mind and just look away. Additionally, there do seem to be a couple of humanoid style shapes that you can kind of see in various levels of the fortress. Some of them even are just in the courtyard, and it's strange that you guys didn't notice it before, but they seem to be there, and then as soon as you kind of take your eyes off of them, they're gone. And then for some reason you kind of forget that they were there, or aren't fully sure if they were ever there. And that's kind of the atmosphere.
She just pulls out Jefferson. She's like, "We're going hunting," and she basically, the minute she gets like one that in her line of sight, she focuses on it, and basically it's like tells Jefferson, "Okay."
Which one was Jefferson again?
That was the homunculus. The battlesmith
little
homunculus
Bob.
that you said didn't go away.
You said it didn't go away. Still have my servant.
I'm trying to remember how alive he is.
He's not. It's a mechanical homunculus.
Oh, that's right. He just had flesh pieces, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh God, I forgot you kept that.
I did. I will not forget my pets.
So, even the DM forgets. That's so bad. I'm so sorry. So yeah, you pull out your mechanical fleshy homunculus that you have access to still. And yes, it does not die because it was never really fully alive. It just exists. And
you said because of the little gem thing that I used, since I used one of the 1,000 gold piece worth gems, that I got to keep control over it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you definitely have control over Jefferson. And is your intent to like not lose one of the humanoids, or what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to basically not lose one of the humanoids, and basically be like, information. Basically, to grapple it with my little thing, and basically hope that I can keep track of it via that.
Okay, pick a number 1 through 3.
3.
Okay. So I'll put a token up. So on maps, I kind of put a token up. So you and Jefferson are kind of hunting something. And as you lock eyes with it, you don't get away from it. And you kind of use Jefferson to kind of help you keep track of it so you don't lose sight of it. And as you do, you actually notice that it's not really paying attention to you. It does seem to be a female in dark studded leather armor with accents of purple. There seem to be knives, but the hands are just kind of like lanky and thin. There seems to be just a paleness to the skin. It was an elf at one point, it looks like, but you don't necessarily know what it is now. If it's dead, if it's alive. But the time, at the moment that you notice it and don't look away, it locks eyes with you completely and freezes. And an ice cold wave of just breath washes over you and sends a chill down your back.
Okay, this is new. Hi, I'm looking for the Raven Queen.
I'm looking for the Raven Queen. Sorry. The crow turned to mockingbird all of a sudden. Do the Raven Queen? And she just kind of looks at you and smiles and speaks in perfect common. You don't have to go far. This is her home.
Can I talk to her?
I mean, have you been here before?
I look through my memories and I'm like, nope.
So, those who have been here before are usually able to navigate the fortress. Those who are welcome can usually find their way. Those who are not welcome, and believe me, many have tried to pilfer and thieves the treasure that lies within. But they don't tend to make it, and merely get added to the collective of power. So, and she kind of like flips her dagger and throws it, and you hear it land into a wooden door. A large double wooden door that seemingly is an entrance to the castle that you didn't see before, but do now that you actually heard the knife hit and looked. And she says, "There's the door. But gauge your intent, young one. Because should it be devious, you may never make it out. But you'll always have a home here," and you just hear a snicker.
Well, this is fun. It's so nice to have someone actually show me the door. She yells to the others, "Guys, I found the door!"
Oh,
Right.
oh, are we going in?
Well, of course. I'm going to talk to the Raven Queen.
Oh, just like that, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
But we didn't have an appointment or anything. We just get to walk in.
You guys really have not changed at all. No.
Not true. I'm wearing different armor. Well, I'm actually wearing armor now.
Kidis opens the door.
Leah's gonna follow, but how far away are the dragons at this point?
You have no idea.
I don't.
You are aware of their existence, and that is
Okay.
about it.
All right,
It's
then
like
yeah,
the
she
snail,
heads in.
dude. It's like the snail,
I'm okay with this.
but a lot bigger.
Oh, it's like the snail, exactly, but just very big.
Yeah.
But bigger. Reptilian with teeth.
There's a mollusk involved now.
By the why, thank
Great.
you. And she just says as she's like walks down.
I need to go with her.
I'm gonna.
Karen just rolls her eyes, jumps out of the tree, and follows.
Welcome back. Let's go eat the Raven Green.
I'm not sure of this.
Me neither. But I'm going
one
with
ever
it at
is.
this point.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are, but we're still here. Oh,
And we
freed a
haven't
Fey
died yet.
Queen.
Hang on.
We freed a Fey Queen. That was fun. Gale follows her now.
Head swings.
The airhead will follow anything with more than 2 brain cells.
No, we're nice to Gale. We're nice to Gale.
I never signed up for
Very
this.
Well, I mean, kind of you did when we all went to go check out the
Kindness
tower.
is not my brand.
I said kind of.
I mean, Cedar.
No.
Akarin's kind of got a point there.
But yeah. So we have been kind of just the world almost ended. We had to fight. We fought Judgment. That was a thing that happened.
Of course you did.
That's not when we died.
No, it was actually a little bit after that. We actually
How many
successfully
times have I
Judgment,
died?
Yes.
And then
I lost count.
spiders.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th or 7th time.
Is it that
you?
many?
Damn, I'm lucky numbers. I've only died twice.
She
Yeah.
died twice before she met the party.
Yeah. Twice
Then
with
she
the party.
died, twice. Like, then she had the sand wall.
Mm-hmm.
Then she had the Hag Island.
Mm-hmm.
Then she had when her soul dripped out of her
Yeah.
out of the necklace.
That's 3. Then X10 was 4.
That's 10. So yeah, it's been 7 times. This is
So
the 7th
yeah,
time.
you've died 7 times.
How many
I've only
lives does
died
she have?
twice.
I know it's like I've heard that for Tabaxi it's 9, but she's not a Tabaxi, she's a Shidarkai, and elves are supposed to live for a long time, so I don't know if that means like a lot of lives or just like one very long one. But if it's one very long one, she already broke that. So basically we're all a bunch of freaks in nature at this point.
So as you guys enter, you would probably expect a fortress, right, to have just big stone walls, marbling. But ahead of you is a bridge. And you kind of shift into this expectation of a fortress and then immediately shift into where you're at. And then the moment you take your eyes off of the door and look forward into the abyss, the door is gone. And even with passive perception, you see what looks like giant hands constantly reaching up and touching the bridge or grabbing at the bridge. Some of them breach and actually make it to the top, but there seemed to be no way forward other than this bridge.
Wow. Hate that. So you're just staring at the hands. I don't like that.
Is there any pattern to the
Akarin
hands?
will Yep. Go first.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if there's any patterns to the way that hands are grabbing.
I guess roll a perception.
Okay. Perception. Is that the first roll? Obsession.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is.
15.
Nice.
The reason why I had you roll a perception and not an investigation is because there does not seem to be a pattern to the hands. However, with a 15, you actually hear them. Some of them sound like shamblers, like walking corpses, shuffling. Some of them actually sounds like the wails of the dead or wails of souls. And others or well, actually, all of them with the 15 seem to just be whispering fear. And you kind of hear this sound kind of bouncing off the clouds and mist that make up the abyss.
Oof.
Oh. Did you all die here? Is this what she meant by you get absorbed if you don't have pure intentions?
Okay. Just ask Kittis, what are your intentions with this?
Well, I just have a conversation with her about my family and her. That's all.
Okay. Can I roll insight to see if I can tell somehow?
Are you attempting to deceive, or is that your actual intention?
She's not being entirely truthful, so we'll see.
All right. Then go ahead and roll a deception, and then Cedar, go ahead and roll an insight.
All right. Let me pull up my skills. Insight. Okay. Oh, that was a nat 20. So
Nice.
23.
So you can tell that Kid is not lying. That is something that she wants to do, but she's not fully like she's very she's not being 100% truthful. Like she's not. It's like a lie by omission. She's not saying everything.
What languages can Kittis speak again?
It is Abyssal, Common, Infernal, Sylvan.
Okay, I'm gonna have Cedar switch to Sylvan and be like, hey, if this is a whole like we have to have pure intentions thing, and we're following you into this, we need to know what we're getting ourselves into here, kiddo. I switched to Sylvan so you and I can have this conversation. Because I don't want to, I don't know. I know there's a little more to it. And if it's family stuff, honestly, yeah, I get it. Family stuff is weird, especially when there's, I guess, the Raven Queen involved. But even if I wasn't, I guess, tied to you with this whatever soul bond thingy, I'm gonna back you here, okay? We just need to know. And I'm sure the others would too.
It's between me and her. That's all.
Okay, I'll trust you here. But if we die, I will haunt you, okay?
Oh, if you die at this point, I don't know if your soul will be able to haunt me.
This is factually correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that was all in Sylvan.
Kenneth starts walking towards the bridge, and she kind of just basically pokes her toe on it and pulls back to see on what happens.
So you just kind of put your toe in the water?
Yeah, basically, she kind of just touches it, like almost like she's going to take a step and then pulls back.
Nothing happens.
He jumps onto the bridge and then jumps back.
Nothing happens.
Kittis' bridge.
Go ahead,
While Kittis and Cedar were having this conversation, Leah would have gone and gone, hey, sorry, what was your name? I'm newer than you are, apparently.
I'm Akarine.
Nice to meet you, Leah. Can I have a chat over there? Quick sec.
Sure.
And so they walk to the side, and Leah goes, so I don't mean to be rude, so please don't take it that way, but from the little bit of interaction I've seen, you don't have too much of a reason to stick around.
It may seem like this, but trust me, I do have my reasons.
Okay, because I do have one question. If you're
That
gonna
is
fight
fine.
with us, can you fight with us to your fullest extent?
Do you think I would follow this chaos group if I weren't?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that, because I found that if you're more aware that you are able to put your all into it, you physically are able to put your all into it.
I know that this group is a lot to handle, and I know they are running on half a brain cell and more caffeine that is healthy for them.
Oh yeah, no, I kind of had this little debate going in my head: who's gonna stop Cedar's heart first, me or the coffee?
And now we have canonically given her my caffeine.
So we've heard about Cedar and Kidis. Now do Gale.
But no, but Leah goes, now these two, pointing over at Kidis and Cedar, they're pretty new to me. That one, gesturing towards Gale, I've known him since he was like 5-ish months old, give or take. I think I was in my 30s back then.
Okay.
So no, that's me saying I have my reasons to fight for these people, even if it's just him, which it's not anymore. I have my reasons to put my all into this. And I just wanted to make sure that you had yours, so that it just gives me personal comfort to know you have your reasons, whatever they may be.
I do have my reasons.
That is all I wanted to know. Thank you. And assuming we survive this, if you stick around, I would love that. You seem great. If you don't, I respect that. You have your own life. And she hands you just a little coin purse, just to get you by the next little bit on the house.
Akarine takes the pointers, looks at it, looks back at Leah, and just, with speechless understanding, nods at her.
And Leah just walks back and walks over towards Kidis, and he gets ready to do whatever needs to be done.
Kinnison is now walking onto the bridge.
Okay.
And she discovers not giving out underneath her.
At this point, you
And
just
preparing to teleport.
in the background, you just hear Leah say, "All right, fuck yeah, we're doing this shit."
Oh boy.
Yes, let us cross this bridge.
Kinnison is preparing to teleport if something goes seriously wrong.
You know, I have. I'm just gonna ask this one question, and then I'll let this play out because I have my own plan too. How long is this bridge?
200 feet ish, give or take.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna say when Leah gets up to the bridge, she's gonna go. So, do you want to try this, or do you want me to take you across?
Take me across?
Yeah.
Define.
I have a new party trick.
Party tricks.
And so Leah will basically pick Kidis up by the scruff and like put her on her shoulders. And then you're just gonna see Leah like squat down and squat back up and just do like basically 10-15 squats for a moment, just quickly to like prep. And then you just see her in one swift motion, which Kidis, this is all you see. You just see her. She doesn't even aim for the bridge anymore. She's like 5 feet to the left of the bridge. You just fucking jump. And then as she reaches about 20 feet, you see like she starts to fall a little bit. And then somehow her foot lands purchase on something. And she goes another 10 feet and just does this the whole way across. As Doku, I think you know what I'm doing. And I did, in fact, roll physical immunity for today. So,
Oh, nice.
so she just is every 10 feet. You're just feeling this new purchase of ground where there is no ground, as she is just jumping on air across this cavern.
So it's interesting that you guys are going together. So this will be fun.
Oh no.
So the three of you guys who have hung back, you notice the moment Leah kind of puts Kittis on her shoulder and begins kind of jumping on what looks like nothing, and begins to jump across. The purple haze actually kind of swells up and swallows them, and you completely lose sight of them for a moment. Now, Kittis, you find yourself alone for a moment in a crypt. And you are a child again. And have you guys ever heard a camel spider?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't want to.
So it's a spider that
Heard of it.
kind of has. So imagine a scorpion and a spider have a baby. And there's an exoskeleton on the spider that you can actually hear as it moves around. And so you hear the movement of what sounds like thousands of spiders all around you, and you can't see them. What do you do?
She just starts screaming her brother's name.
So your brother approaches you and reaches out to you.
Grabs onto him.
As you grab onto him and begin to pull yourself up, the only thing that you get and grab onto is the severed arm of his hand, and he disappears in front of you. And you have driders, excuse me, now approaching you at full speed with just sickled arms, dripping blood, and one of them, the human arms on the drider, eating the head of your brother.
What the fuck?
And she fires balls.
So you're going to attack him? Okay.
She's kind of lost her senses a little bit. Kids do that, I've noticed.
So a fireball swells up in your hand, and you launch it with just this fury and this fire that's kind of welled up in your soul. And as you launch this fireball, you look down at Leah. And Leah's looking at you like, the frick did you just do that for? And as you shoot it, it actually, instead of hitting one of the driders, it hits a hand that was actually reaching for you. And the hand retreats. And as it does, it pulls out what looks like silver threads from your mind as it retreats down into the ground and disappears into the purple fog. Now, Leah, you look up at Kittis, who is actually Gale. And Gale just launched a fireball. And you're confused because you've never seen that happen.
Okay.
And then right as that happens, the fireball actually seems to be swallowed up into a portal.
Mm-hmm.
The portal appears behind you. The fireball hits the back of Gale's head, and Gale's head explodes.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
What is this session?
And so she looks behind her and sees this.
Yeah, because Gale's sitting on your shoulder where Kittis was.
Mm-hmm.
And now his head explodes and his corpse is falling off of your shoulder.
Okay. She holds She holds tight onto that body on her shoulders, and she keeps going.
Okay, so you just kind of push through it.
She does.
So Gale's corpse actually slowly retreats in size and in shape as it regresses in age. And you see a child, an infant Gale, now kind of in your arms as you're holding him. But you're holding him too tightly, and he begins to go blue as you are squeezing him, and he cannot breathe. Well, he's already blue, but he seems to be kind of turning into a purplish shape as you're squeezing him so hard that the blood can't travel through his body, and his organs, you can tell, are failing by your touch.
She keeps going. She does not stop.
Okay. And
The entire time, like, under the dread helm, she is a fucking wreck. Like, she's just silently, like, fucking losing it.
Okay. But you push through?
But she keeps going nonetheless.
Okay. Roll for me just an acrobatics.
Okay. 9.
Okay. So you continue going, and what you're doing is you're just bolting, but you're holding infant Gale in your arms as your feet touch the ground, and he disappears, and you realize that you switched your focus from propping up Kittis to holding Gale, and Kittis has fallen off of your shoulder.
You dropped my child.
So, Kittis, you begin to fall slowly into the abyss as Leah is jumping through this purple haze and just seemingly lets you go for no reason. And this is after the hand retreats. And you pause for a second, and Leah touches the ground on the other side of the bridge, and a hand falls out of the back of her head, and you watch it retreat with silver threads from Leah's mind. But you are now falling.
And I tell on what is being pulled out of her head. Like what? Like as she sees it when she's falling.
It looks like wispy threads.
Threads. I'm getting myself out of this one.
Yeah.
How far am I from the ledge?
You're only about 10 feet away from the bridge, but you are maybe about 40 feet from the ledge.
Okay. She's going to use up one of her teleports to land on the bridge.
Okay.
Just out of instinct.
Yeah. Then go ahead and burn that slot, and you land on the bridge. And you are able to walk the rest of the way without any trouble.
Interesting.
And as what you guys see now, the rest of the party, is
Oh God.
Leah and Kittis have made it to the other side of the bridge, and that purple haze has just kind of retreated back. And visually now you can see them 200 feet in the distance on the other side of the bridge, safe.
Can they hear me if I yell?
You assume so.
So Kittis yells out, "Walk across the bridge!"
Do we hear
What?
her? Do we hear her?
Everybody except for Gale, because he's old and losing his hearing. No, I'm kidding.
What was that
but-
saying?
Get off my bridge!
Would you like some butter candy sweets?
I have some licorice.
You have a timekeeping device?
But yes, you guys actually hear her pretty clearly, as clear as you could, hearing someone yelling at you 200 feet away. But you're able to hear her.
Okay. let's walk across the bridge then. Gail, she said walk across the bridge. He didn't hear. He didn't hear. So Cedar's like, she said to walk across the bridge.
What?
Did the lights somehow like mess with your ears?
At all of this confusion, Leah just yells across, "They have the early bird special."
I should go across the bridge.
Boy, just
Well, if we're crossing the bridge, do you guys want to go in front? And I can always, you know, watch our backs.
yeah, sure.
Just if anything comes up behind us, I have like my magic is basically is somewhat similar to the tree. So if anything does come at us, I can shoot stuff.
Yeah.
It makes sense in my head.
No worries. I'll go first. Safety sandwich. Safety sandwich. Oh yeah, no, I remember that rogue maneuver. That was. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that in the black market. The safety sandwich.
Wait, why are we eating across the bridge? I can always make some berries.
No,
It's not as good as a sandwich.
rogue
But
stuff. I'll tell you
more.
later.
There's a rogue sandwich.
No.
We need to find this rogue sandwich.
All right, I'm gonna walk across the bridge. Turns and starts walking. Didn't come with train cells, apparently.
A rogue sandwich. It's invisible.
Okay,
Where do
so
you put the sandwich?
Okay. So you guys rogue sandwich across the bridge. Who's in front?
It's Cedar, Akari, and Gal.
Okay.
Karim follows behind, and with all the stuff that she can't see, but obviously is aware of, like the hands and stuff. She goes bottle brush tail and just hissing at the dog.
Peter's kind of almost me too, girl. Me too.
Right. So Cedar kind of taking point. You find yourself kind of walking, and you look back, and no one is behind you. And then you turn back forward, and you're in a cage. And it becomes very clear that when the purple haze fades away, that you are now in a market and surrounded by 30 or 40 people that keep raising two fingers to signal a bid as the increments are going up a gold at a time. And
Promise. No.
and you
I'm sorry.
You're fine. You find yourself in a market in Nexus.
Oh. Okay. It's fine. What do I know? Think of what you know, what you can do. Think of what you know, what you can do. Don't think about the cage. Okay. Locks. I know locks. And her voice is a little higher than normal. And it sounds younger. She's gonna see if she can find a lock on the cage and kind of, I think, some part of her, she's like, okay, wait, I'm still on the bridge. I gotta think about what I know. What are the facts here? The facts are, I am on a bridge.
Roll a investigation then.
Ooh, I like my investigation mod. 26 for investigation.
You find a lock.
Nice.
And you kind of look back, and in the moment that you find the lock, you are rationalizing, right? So you see a bridge, and you see the purple haze, and you find the lock.
Okay. And she is going to, I'm gonna use sleight of hand to try and pick the lock. Whether that's with, like, whatever tool she can get. Even if she has to use her own claws.
Okay. So go ahead and roll that.
Y'all aren't gonna believe this, but that's another nat 20.
It's perfect.
What?
I love
So that
nat
makes it
20s.
very, like she's watching me right here.
So you
That's a 30 in all.
yeah. So you
Wow.
are kind of reaching through the cage and picking it through, even just like with your claws or a pin that you have, and you're picking the lock, and the lock just opens and the cage begins to pop, and as your arms begin to spread outward, you find yourself on a ballroom floor, dancing as your arms open, and you look up and you see your husband.
Oh no, you did not, God.
In a nice tux, and he's smiling down at you, and he just kind of whispers into your ear, "You're going to grow into the most beautiful wife, and you've made me the happiest man alive today," as he's escorting you around this dance floor, picking you up. Your feet kind of leave the ground as he spins you and holds you.
Oh. I don't know if anyone else can see this, but I think like even Cedar's like actual body, like it's not hallucinating. I don't think this has actually happened before, but she full on just throws up on the bridge. Like Cedar usually has a pretty iron stomach, being an owl and all, but she just completely just throws up on the bridge. But I don't know if she registers that in the hallucination or not.
So you puke, and you imagine puking on the bridge, but you in fact throw up on to nothing in front of you, or at least it looks like nothing in front of you, but in your mind you actually just threw up on your husband, and he is now furious with you as he turns slowly into the vomit that you threw up onto him, kind of melts into his body as his body becomes a ball of slime, and it sprouts 1,000 tiny slime arms with 1,000 tiny slime blades. As they all stab into you at the same time, you feel just this gut-wrenching pain, but you kind of persevere through, and you see the opposite end of a bridge, and you're at the other end.
Cedar's gonna kind of like get to the other end, like kind of a couple of stuff, and just kind of like land on her hands and knees, and throw up again, and kind of stare there, like kind of shaking.
Kidis kind of walk over to Caesar and just kind of pat her head.
Kidis, go ahead and roll a perception. Only because you seem to be more aware of them and actually asked every time about them.
Oh, that's shit. Oh, no, that's only a 7.
Okay. You see a hand that was actually inside of her mouth that was all the way down her throat, and the hand pulls itself out. But with a 7, you don't see anything else or any other details. You do notice, though, that there was a hand that was inside of her mouth, and as she kind of vomited again, the hand fell out with it and retreated back into the
2
mist.
more tries.
Ocarine, you were next on the bridge. I don't have a lot about your backstory, so I'm gonna make stuff up here for you.
Go ahead, I'll raise my back.
So you seem like an independent style creature, so this is where it's gonna get a little weird. So you said you were hissing at the mist, just innately as a cat, and you are angry and hissing and just trying to keep yourself guarded from the haze. And in that moment, you look from one direction to the other while you're hissing, and you find yourself in a small kitchen in an old hovelled home. And you just hear the voice and a small tugging on a sundress that you're wearing. "Mom, what are you hissing at?"
My gosh. I don't think she would register the tug on the dress. She would just keep hissing at whatever she's seeing. But she would get ready to fight whatever is out there.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're still using kind of logic. The kid says to you again, "Mom, are you okay? Guys, something's wrong with Mom." And as they say that, out of the wood in the hovel on the ground, 7 other small tabaxi children that look very, very eerily similar to you all run up and start hugging you and go, "It's okay, it's okay. We're here for you now, don't worry." And they're just holding you and kind of squeezing you tightly.
Oh gosh. I guess at this point she would be kind of aware of the litter of kittens around her, and she would try to get them behind her to keep them safe. But she would still be aware that there is danger out there. So I'm still on the guard.
Okay. So they kind of fall in behind you, and you hear the same one speak, and none of the other ones really say anything. You're like, "Did you need help with dinner, Mom? We can cook today if you're having trouble. Just go sit. We can take care of it." And they start to motion you towards a chair.
Okay, I let myself get motioned over to the chair, but I refuse to sit down. I'm still very much in fight or flight mode.
Okay. So you feel one of the small children kind of pushing you to try to push you down into the chair, and then the others are completely silent, like uncanny, eerily silent as they're cooking, and you can visually see them cooking, but you don't hear the clacking of the spoons, the spinning of the soup, like the crackling of the fire. It's all just like it's too far away to be heard as this child is pushing you to the chair. From behind his back, he sets it down. It sets down like a bowl of soup and some silverware. It's be like, "Mom, just sit. You're tired. You've had a long life. Just relax for the first time. It'll all be okay." And the kid actually grows up and is now your height and older and looks almost exactly like you, and just begins to like push your shoulder down with a lot of physical strength to try to get you in the chair.
Okay. I am fighting against being pushed down, and I'm trying to examine that child a bit closer, like really taking a good look at it.
Okay. So let's see. What I want you to do is I want you to roll a strength check for now, and then you're trying to and then roll an investigation. So roll a strength and then an investigation.
If you want.
6 for strength.
You want to hit that grid one? Skills.
And 18 for investigation.
Okay. So you don't necessarily have the strength to resist. But that was a really good investigation. So what you actually do is kind of look through. You're looking at it, and it looks like a child that would be yours. It's got the same kind of coloration. I can't see my screen because my cat just walked in front of it. Come here, Meow. Hold on.
Oh,
Hey, baby.
Hi, kitty.
My void. Sorry.
Oh, look at the little void. Oh, look at the baby.
And now look at the big baby.
Get my reference.
So you kind of sit down in the chair forcibly, and you're kind of side straddling the chair for a moment, like you didn't sit into it normally. You were just kind of pushed into the chair. But as you're looking at it, it looks exactly like it would be your child, but there's 18 ethereal, clear, like invisible, semi-visible arms pushing down. They're coming out of the child's back and pushing you down into this chair as one of the arms that are kind of ethereal grabs the spoon on the table and tries to put it into your mouth. And you just hear the child that's now pushing you into this chair that says, "Eat, Mom, eat. It'll all be okay."
I am obviously keeping my mouth shut and turning my head away. And I guess even if I couldn't fight the being pushed down, I will still try to get out of that situation, out of the chair again.
Okay. So go and roll just an acrobatics then.
Acrobatics. 17.
Okay, that's a good roll. So you jump out of the chair, just with all the fervor, all the just adrenaline pumping, and you jump out of the chair, and you fly sideways. And as you kind of jump away from the chair, the world around you becomes to kind of focus in, and you're on top of the bridge again, and you jumped without even looking where you were going, and you land smack dab right on top of Cedar, where she was just standing on the other side of the bridge.
Oh.
Edis is now looking for the hand because she's just like, I want to know what you are.
You
We have now switched out of emotion and now into analyze what this is.
So you do so, and you kind of have a clear view, and there's about 10 hands that were all attached to Ocarine's back, and they all individually pull 10 silver wisps from her.
And I tried to grab one of the wisps, not the hand, just the wisp.
Just the wisp? Okay. Okay, roll a sleight of hand then.
Let's see if I... Come on, roll well. 18.
Perfect. Ocarine, I need you to send me a message, or Cedar, if it's Cedar's hosting computer, can send me this message. Give me a list of Ocarine's top 5 fears. Like, what would she fear the most?
Here, I'll get you to
All right.
who.
And we'll circle back to that.
On Tavern Guard or on yours?
It doesn't matter. I'm good with either. I got the thing pinned, so I shouldn't have cameras freeze anymore, which is good. So Gale, you're walking, and Ocarine and Cedar are in front of you. And then as you begin walking, you kind of hear your boots clanking really heavily onto the creaking bridge wood. It's old, it's decrepit, it's kind of moist, and it gets harder under your feet as you're walking. And the bridge gets larger, is what it looks like. But what's actually happening is you're getting smaller and smaller as you take other steps. The moist, damp, cracking, creaking bridge wood actually becomes really nice, polished hardwood as you're walking and walking. And as you do, the light changes from this dark, abyssal room of just purple haze, and you find your eyes opened, and you're in a nice, beautiful cabin. You can see the sunshine coming in from the windows, and you see your mom sitting in the rocking chair knitting. And she's like, "Hey, Gaily Waily, come inside so soon in the night? I can barely keep you in the house, and yet you're here early. Dinner won't be ready for another 45 minutes.
Mom?
That's my name, don't wear it out." And she just kind of smiles.
Does Gale at this point know how old he is? Like he knows that he's gotten smaller.
Yeah, why don't you look down and just kind of, you want to examine yourself?
Yeah.
So you would definitely be a toddler. Like young. Maybe 3, maybe 4. 5 at the most. And as you look down and kind of examine yourself and see that you're a child, you look back up and your entire house is engulfed in flames.
Oh.
The entire thing is burning. But your mom has no reaction. She's just sitting and knitting as the walls are just getting larger and larger flames. Pieces of the ceiling now are falling around. You actually have to sidestep so to avoid one falling on you. And she's just continuing to knit.
This isn't real. This isn't real. You were never here. I never knew this. This isn't... What is happening right now? This isn't real. This isn't happening. This never happened. Why are you here? What is happening?
And the more you deny the existence of what's happening, the more the flames begin to kind of take on your mother's clothing and the chair she's sitting in. And she's now on fire. She gets up and screams, "No! No! Gale, save me!" And she reaches for you.
You're not real. This isn't real.
Do you do anything at all?
He's still... Gale is still in denial that this is happening. All he can do is sort of drop to his knees, put his hands over his ears, and just try and drown everything out, and just try and focus on what he knew, where he was. But hearing his mother's screams, it may be difficult for him.
Yeah. No, she's screaming at the top of her lungs because she's fully engulfed in flames. Her skin is actually burning and charring and solidifying and just charring over like a brisket as she falls to the ground, lifeless in front of you. You can smell the burning and rotting flesh as she kind of looks at you, and through the flames, tears fall down her charred face, looking directly at you. And you feel a hand on your shoulder. And you look back, and you see... Imagine a humanoid form made of tornadoes. And he places his hand on your shoulder. Each finger you can hear is like a gale of wind, a hurricane. As he goes, "Let's go, boy. You have a destiny."
No. I'm not going anywhere with you.
You don't have a choice. And he begins to lift you up, your child body just dangling off the ground by the shoulder.
Do you know how I know this isn't real? Because the real you never gave a shit about me. You are not him. I am not yours. Now release me!
And as Gale says, "Release me," it actually echoes through the entire cabin. Or cavern, is the word I was looking for. And
I got it.
and everybody just kind of turns to look as he was just standing on the middle of the bridge walking in plain view, and he just screams, "Release me!" and spins around and kind of strikes his hand on his shoulder and falls backwards a little bit on his back. But as he does that, everyone just kind of stares at you awkwardly. And Kittis, you see a hand pulling silver strings or wisps out from his shoulder, almost unburdening him. And he is about 2 feet from the edge of the bridge on the other side, and where everybody else is standing.
he'll
This kind
sort
of just pulls him forward off the bridge.
Thanks, Guinness.
It's okay.
Sorry, that was a lot. Is everybody okay?
Oh, I wanted to add this earlier. I don't know if this is happening simultaneously to Akarin landing on Cedar. But when Akarin lands on Cedar, Cedar just basically like instinctively just like shoves the like whoever just landed on whatever is touching her, landing on her off, and just kind of scrabbles back. Don't touch me. Sorry.
Akarin is actually going a bit to the side, getting a bit of distance between her and everyone else, and starts cat cleaning herself.
And like Cedar's feathers are like puffed out, probably the biggest you've ever seen them like puffed out before. Like even her wings are kind of arched a little bit. Like, have you ever seen a video when an owl is like in a corner?
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what she looks like. And like she kind of doesn't look aware that her wings are doing that, but she's just kind of like sitting there and just breathing, shaking. Yeah. Just kind of not even like just looking at the ground, trying to recenter.
Cedar, you okay?
Don't worry about me.
I'm gonna worry about you regardless.
And she's kind of like wiping away like from where she like threw up and stuff, which I don't think that's something she's done in like the entirety of the anything that's happened. It wasn't real.
No.
It wasn't real. I wasn't there. It wasn't real. I wasn't there.
So interesting that you say that, Cedar, because as you are saying, it wasn't real, I wasn't there, it wasn't real, I wasn't there, you don't remember what you were talking about. It slips away like a dream, like trying to remember a dream that took place. And what you don't realize
the actual
now,
bridge.
yeah, what happened on the bridge, she doesn't remember. But what's interesting is, roll a history check. Cedar?
Oh boy. So you know how I had a nat 20 last time?
Mm-hmm.
Is it all?
That was the nat 1.
Nice.
But my history
What's interesting is,
my history just does I have a +8. I know that does nothing, but I just figured I would say.
Nerd.
so what was your prospective husband's name again?
You know it was Silvico.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is you don't.
What?
You don't remember Silvico at all.
No, Joker, no.
You don't remember him at all. You remember running away from home. You remember your brother telling you everything was going to be okay. But you, for the life of you, can't remember why. And you remember joining a thieves guild. And you don't remember the trauma of being locked in a cage. You don't remember these things. They're completely gone.
Wow, okay then.
Gail.
This is a trauma all over again.
Okay.
I think you can kind of imagine where I'm going with this.
Would you like me to roll a history check, Doku?
Sure.
I would love to roll a history check, Doku, with my +3. Oh, thank goodness for that. That is a 22.
Gotcha. So you definitely lose what happened on the bridge. But what's interesting is two things will actually happen with a 22. You don't remember your mother at all. Anything about her, anything growing up. You remember just kind of going into the monastery. You remember not having a dad. However, What you do preserve with a 22 is a new memory of the fact that you learned she was alive somewhat recently as a character, and that has such an impactful, deep impact on you at the time that that core memory remains. So you remember that she's alive, but you don't necessarily remember anything about her, even her name. Get us.
Fucking damn it.
Okay. History. All right. That's 12.
Oh, interesting. So, you're not beholden to her anymore, right? And you actually don't ever remember being promised to her whatsoever. In fact, any time you spent in a crypt as a child has suddenly vanished from your memory. You remember only the good parts. The time you spent out of the crypt. Even though you spent hours and hours on end, you don't remember the fear or the trauma. You really just kind of remember not caring about your grandfather a lot, but you don't remember why. You kind of remember your brother, but he seems to be gone as well. So you were a child with large gaps in your memory, significant pieces, and then one day you left home, started adventuring.
She doesn't remember like why she started left. She doesn't remember on like why she got obsessed with dead things then.
Mm-hmm. You just kind of know you are.
Okay then. Okay.
So
It'll be an interesting switch.
these pieces of it. So just imagine these pieces of it are kind of gone. Which is interesting because yeah, your motivators, they're core things.
Be interesting.
Yeah. All right, Leah.
All right. So there is one quick thing I'm gonna add before you go into my thing is as Leah walks out or like steps onto solid ground and the visions fade, she just carves into her arm very quickly as like this is something she does and has been doing for about 20 some odd years now. Every time she feels she like needs a reminder, protect Gale, she carves into her arm.
So what's interesting about Gale? Go ahead and roll a history. Did you roll it?
Let's see. Natural fucking 20 for a 26.
Perfect.
Let's go.
So you remember Gale.
Oh, thank goodness.
You remember him. He's too ingrained in your motivators. He's too ingrained into your life currently. The most horrifying thought you can think of is losing him without being able to do anything about it. However, what you do forget is your friendship with him. So you remember him being a significant impact in your life. You remember wanting to protect him. But you don't remember why you liked him so much. What about it was so important to you.
Okay.
And why that friendship piece is there. But you still remember him and you remember the mission. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kidis.
What?
You
Okay.
you have a new list of fears that you have yet to discover.
Yeah. I just kind of grabbed it.
I beg of you all the finest pardons. Not just your finest pardons.
What can I
All the
say
pardons.
except you're fucked now? No, okay, sorry. That was my one. That was my one.
Put the trauma back. Put that thing back where it came from. Oh, so help me.
So yes, you all make it across the bridge. Well, Ocarine,
Does
do you wanna wanna take a history?
Yeah, sure. Why?
Okay.
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'm coming strong with night.
Better than I did.
What was the roll?
True. Huh?
What was the roll?
8.
8. So, I will say that although the fear was leading you to think they were yours, you don't remember anything about your childhood home or where you grew up or any of your brothers and sisters. Or basically any of your family for that matter. You remember only being alone your entire life.
Oh, great.
And you guys are all on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah.
Well, Cedar's now very confused as to why she's shaking and throwing up.
I'm very depressive for no reason.
She just shoved the cat into the stratosphere.
So do you guys venture forward?
Leah just Le-
Therese.
but Leah just starts walking forward, doesn't say a word, just walks in the direction we need to go.
Leah? Leah?
Sorry, just Cherise sprinting towards the lights.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what's going on?
That was a full-on Terminator style.
Once everyone was done, does Kiddos know why there's gaps in her memories based off of her investigations of the hands and stealing Ocarine's fears?
So you,
Thanks for that.
interestingly enough, you don't know what you stole was fears. You touch a wisp, and it fell into you. You almost breathed it in, like you would oxygen. And the interesting thing about memories is you don't know you lost them because they never really existed for you in the first place. So you have no context of looking for lost memories because to you they don't exist and never did.
Okay, I just wanted to check to make sure. Okay. So Kiddos can just be like, well, that. Huh. Well,
You
anyway,
okay?
we're here now.
You okay, Kiddis?
Yeah, I'm actually doing great. So, are you guys okay? You guys seem a little ruffled.
I think so. I don't remember what happened on the bridge, but I mean, I guess I'm okay.
Yeah, same. Although, I think I threw up. I'm not really sure about that.
You sure you're okay, Cedar?
I guess. I don't. It's weird. I don't really get sick like that.
I feel disgusting, and no amount of cleaning is ever gonna help.
Well, we might as well continue forward then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, where's Leah?
Might as
Leah's
well.
just walking.
Leah,
wait
hold
up.
on. Wait for us.
Gracious.
So as you guys are all so focused on Leah and catching up to Leah, you all kind of run, and in the same moment, the world around you shifts again, and you are at the entrance to a room. Do you guys remember what was in this room?
The cavern and the bridge.
Like the room. Wait.
The cavern's
This
gone.
room?
The cavern's gone, and you all took steps, and almost as you kind of breached a barrier, you all take a step, and you're all looking up into another room. And I have it up on maps.
Okay.
see the maps.
So do we remember the old room? Oh,
Ooh.
You know,
I don't.
yes, you do remember the old room. You know you were just in a cavern.
this really is like a Fey tower. Like,
I don't think I like this place that much.
You've been here before.
I was
okay,
just trying to figure out why I threw up. Am I
right, like
allergic
I
to
know
the
I
weird-
recognize this.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, but I do.
Wait, this is the place where we fought the hag lady with
Uh-huh.
the stone thingy. The people still rid of me. Hold on, she didn't want to be.
Basilisk. You guys, what now?
This is why we always bring the note taker with us.
Wait, is this the room where we fought those basilisks?
The moment the word basilisk rolls off of Cedar's tongue,
No.
Wow.
2 gigantic basilisks appear.
I want them to be my friend. We're not doing this shit again.
Why did I come with you guys?
I don't know.
Does you love us?
Aw.
Did you just say aw?
It's a lizard.
That
Doku, Sophie can have an empathy with a serial killer. Remember this.
That was an accident. I didn't know you were-
were you also flirting with Jack the Ripper earlier today at a museum? Is that...
What? You were flirting with Toby from Sweetie Todd. So wrong. He was just trying to make you comfortable. Are you comfortable?
Ah!
But the,
So
the
one of us was
basilisks-
trying to flirt with Jack the Ripper, one of us was trying to fight Jack the Ripper. This is what I'm hearing.
So do I still
No, we're
have
not-
a token for Akram?
I don't know.
How did I forget this?
There's
I could.
not for her.
I mean, you did. I've seen it
Did have one
before.
way back. Way back.
I mean, if we haven't got a token,
Yep,
you can just take a
hold on.
picture of your cat and put it
There
in
we
the
go.
Yes.
place.
She's all blurry, but we got her.
bet she's dead.
Yay!
Your DM is a dragon, low key. I hoard everything.
Mhm.
It wasn't
Low-key,
if we
okay.
still had it. It was where I put it over the course of 2
Right.
years.
I want to use my. So are they attacking us, or are they just chilling?
So if you take a moment to actually watch them, what's happening is they are walking in a circle around the room, and then as they are walking around in a circle, they don't seem to really be paying you too much mind right now. But as they get 3/4 around the room in a circle, you hear kind of like a static breaking sound as they kind of shift into the center of the room and attack nothing, and then they static again and kind of phase in and out and start at the beginning of the loop and begin walking that circle around the room again.
Oh.
Huh. Odd. You have a theory. Sophie has a theory. Cedar doesn't have a theory.
Is it a game theory?
That's
Yes.
just your film. Sorry. Anyway,
That Matt Pat was in the room.
I miss Matt Pat.
Mhm.
Oh, me too.
Unpopular opinion, maybe, but the 4 just don't make the cut for me.
They seem really fun. They seem sweet, but Matt Pat was the king.
Really
Mhm.
was.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, I tried to give them a shot too, because I'm like, it's not that like maybe I just don't like them because they're not Matt Pat. I'm like, the scripts just don't seem as good. But maybe that's just me. I like one of them. Which is the one I like, Chica? Santi. I like Santi still. I think he's the one of the 4 that I like. But anyways, back to the game.
Which skill does he head up?
His food theory.
Oh yeah, food theories. I like food theory. It's fun. I like
So-
the science with it.
Kid just kind of turns to the others, and like, the only body I have left in my bag is Shalius's. Can I?
Cedar does remember
Mm.
that.
I mean, he's not going to need it anymore, right?
As I
Wait,
was
he is
thinking.
dead, and we are in the Shadowfell. He's not gonna try and like come back, right? Because I don't.
No.
Do we see Shadowless anywhere in this room? He's not here. He can't get into the body anyway, so
Yeah.
Not unless the Raven Queen allows it.
I
So, in
don't
any
know.
case.
Raven Queen, please do not mess this up. Kiddis, do your thing. Whatever you're planning.
Yeah, go for it, Kittis.
I figured we could use a test dummy. She puts her gloves on, reaches in the bag and pulls Shalius's body, like that she dissected a while back, out of the bag.
Yeah, I know. I remember.
So
Okay.
you're throwing Shalius's body in the path of the basilisks?
No, what I'm doing is I am reanimating it, and we're basically going to be using him as a test dummy.
Which spell are you using specifically?
I had like the animate dead spell. Hold on. Let me pull up. Yeah. The animate dead spell.
This is amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Spell creates an undead servant. Mimicry of life, raising it as an undead creature. Skeleton, you choose bone, zombie, corpse. You can use a bonus action to mentally command the creature. Okay. So, should we get into combat then? I will get you a stat block for corpse Shalius.
Because I did roll for this to see what happened because I couldn't decide. As they're just like discussing reanimating Chalius, Leah just doesn't stop walking.
No. No.
Leah, come back,
Where
Kid
please.
tries to stab
going?
Leah.
Oh.
Leah.
It takes me time to reanimate the corpse. At least let me reanimate it first.
Why, if I can test it?
Because I want to use the test dummy and I want to see if Shalius's body gets ripped apart. Like a freaking gladiator fight.
I kind of want to see
That
that
would be
too.
kind of cool
No,
to see.
Leah,
Let's do that.
just saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So you do your ritual for 10 minutes, and Celius kind of springs back to life and kind of stretches himself out. His personality is going to be a lot different. He's probably actually going to be closer to you. So he's just like, "Hey guys, welcome to the party. What are we doing?"
Hey, Kittis, Kittis. And then she's gonna switch into Sylvan. Keep that thing away from me.
Okay, buddy. So what we're going to do is when they reset and start walking, you're going to just walk behind them. And then try to get out to the other side without them noticing.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah, I can do that. Totally cool, man. Let's vibe. Let's experiment. I like experimenting. And the reason why he's like this is just me kind of trying to be a kiddis. But like
A singular Kiddis.
a singular kiddis. I have one of Kiddis's brain cells inside this creature right now. And the curiosity is there. So
And yet it's still more brain cells than Gale has, so, you know.
well, yours is shared. It's okay. You'll get it eventually. But yeah, so kind of reanimated zombie Shalius. I'm assuming zombie versus skeleton or ghoul. What do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. He walks into the room and it's just like, hey, and he kind of like walks behind the basilisks, and then as they actually get to the phase where they walk around the room and Shalius is kind of walking around behind them, they kind of break static and teleport to the center of the room and begin combat. And instead of them attacking nothing, they both lock on to Shalius zombie, and he gets smaller and smaller, and after a few moments he is now a toddler zombie. A few minutes more, he's a baby zombie as they are just staring intently into him. And a few minutes more, he becomes a pile of, what are they called? Epithelial cells? Just literally a small mound of flesh that begins to pop and pop and pop as the very cells that were splitting begins to merge and they become a single embryo in the middle of the floor before the concept of Shalius disappears.
Hey.
What was that? So you're just like that. Wow.
That is the strangest
They
thing
still-
I've ever witnessed.
Oh,
Might
It's-
give you
it just means that they
context later.
so they take away time rather than add time like they did last time.
Oh yeah. Remember they aged you and me up a little bit, Gail.
So
Like by
I'm
5 years?
really confused. I thought I knew where babies come from. I don't know where
That's
babies
right.
go.
And just it doesn't reset.
You know
It does not, in fact, reset, because what does happen is you all roll for initiative, and then we take a 5-minute break to use the restroom.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Oh dear.
4.
That's cocked.
7. 14.
Alright,
Damn.
that modifier 15.
Aquaman was 14.
Yes.
Okay, Leah 15. And then Gail was what?
10.
Perfect.
Oh.
Okay, Leah, what's your dex?
+3.
Okay, you beat my +2. Got the same roll, so.
Oh, so we know the order then.
Whoop.
Okay, just reordering here.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey's had his use. He was,
For
in
once.
fact, useful for once in his life and death.
And he wasn't even
Dang.
alive when it happened.
Can that,
All
can
right.
that be a canon line that Kidis just said? Please.
He had one use. He was, in fact, a one-trick pony.
Hate it when your adopted daughter reanimates the corpse of your ex-best friend / business partner.
What? This never happened to you?
Yeah, that's a Tuesday. All right,
I need that.
but let's take a quick 5-minute breather, and then bounce
Okay.
back. Sound good?
All right,
Sounds
sounds
good.
great.
Hi, see you guys in about 5 minutes.
See how I'm saying?
Love it. Right. That's awesome.
I didn't get to make my tea. I'm sad boy.
Aw,
Hmm.
I'm sorry.
Doku, I have a question.
Okay.
Is one of them, can I pet that dog?
Can't pet that dog.
Can I pet that dog?
What would be your question?
Oh, he didn't hear me.
Am I gonna get her trauma back?
Oh.
Trauma for wants her trauma back.
Can you
I
have it
want
back?
my trauma.
You are in the
I need it.
fortress of memories.
True.
There's a lot of things that can happen.
It sounds like a Panic at the Disco song.
Fortress of memories?
We built this house.
Yeah. So you
Right now.
No.
this
Take
whole
my
thing,
trauma now.
Sorry,
if you guys haven't kind of
we're back.
picked up on it, is it's really easy for things to kind of shift. It's basically made of memories. Memories come and go, right? Depending on how much they meant to you at the time. That was the Bridge of Fears, right? So you were supposed
Don't say.
to remember some of your deepest fears or things that affected you the most in life, and they were basically stolen from you, and that allowed you to pass. So that's the mechanic behind the Bridge of Fears. Sorry, I think of weird things sometimes.
No, I like it.
I loved it. Terrifying.
Here, I loved it. I hated it. I hated it, but I loved it.
Yeah.
Basically.
So it was really just a how you guys were gonna like encounter things differently, right? And then so that's kind of the mechanic behind that one there. So moving forward, you are in the Fortress of Memories. So to answer your question is, I guess that really depends on you and how attached you are to those memories.
I as in me or I as in Cedar?
Eh. The lines are blurred.
We're gonna take your memories, Sophie.
So it really just depends on how attached you are to those. That's all. So maybe, most likely.
Yeah, then I would say probably.
I mean, you could probably ask for them back if you really wanted them. But again, you don't know they're missing. So I guess we'll figure that out as well. We'll cross that proverbial bridge when we get there. What's up?
Okay.
You got another question?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm disappointed the question wasn't, can I pet that dog?
Can you pet that dog? So Leah, there are 2 basilisks in this room with you. And they are already kind of I'll call them enraged. They are in the mood to attack. And once they kind of stared your short-lived zombie friend out of existence, they turn to look at the party and begin kind of charging at you. But you are up first, so what do you do, Leo?
Leah is going to just head down. She just walks right up to him,
Okay.
slowly pulling out her sword.
Okay.
And when she gets there, the one on her left, she just looks straight up, meets it in the eyes, and goes for a slash.
Okay.
For a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. I don't even have these guys' stat card up right now. I forgot to pull it up.
Whatever the
And
max
the one that
this is
initiated
with
the fight.
this is with a first level divine smite.
All right.
Okay, so we have 38 slashing damage. 12 radiant and 5 necrotic. 55 damage.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Is it still up?
It is.
Okay. Then she goes in, again, still meeting its gaze. She goes in for a secondary strike.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna mute for a second. There's an alarm going off.
With so much
with-
force that you set off car alarms in other countries.
Another 24 to hit.
Okay, that'll hit.
Okay. 37 slashing damage and 5 necrotic.
7 to 5. Okay.
And that is her turn.
Cool. So, the first basilisk that you're fighting, you see Leah just take 2 heavy swings and looking directly into the basilisk's face. Ocarine gets scared. No, I don't know if you guys heard that. My cats just bumped into each other and scared each other. You take 2 heavy slashes and you cut down the first basilisk completely. And it basically falls to the ground in front of you in 4 pieces. Just this X went across the body, and it falls down dead. However, you spent 2 attacks looking directly at it. And how old were you again?
He was 55.
Okay.
And as being a Prism Knight, cannot be magically aged.
Oh. Noise.
I'm not aging you.
Right. She can't, as in her age, can't be tampered with magically.
Hmm. Okay.
I mean, at least that's what I assume that means. It says you're immune to being magically aged.
Yeah, huh? Oh, yeah, because you are that. Interesting. That's why you faced it head on. That's a funny circumstance. Yep. So yes, the first one kind of falls at your feet. And I rolled some dice and I'll save them for later. But yes, okay. So for now, you're right. Thank you for reminding me of that small fact. Because of that,
you're totally fine.
Your knightdom. You do not regress in age, you do not gain in age. And the basilisk falls at your feet. Now the other basilisk begins to be moving. And who do we want it to attack? Let's see.
Does it leave my attack range?
So we'll see. This one was here. This one was here. So you kind of approached the first one, the second one, or unless, depending on which one you want to attack, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I was intending to approach them both, so that when I attacked one, the other was still within my range.
Gotcha. Kind of gets a gray area because it's there. So I'll have it attack you then. I mean, you kind of.
You can have it. It's either way. This is just like this was my whole plan to set it up so that they only go for me.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna do 2, 3. 20 to hit and 18 to hit.
Miss and miss.
So you see this large basilisk take 2 strikes at you completely. And then it misses both attacks. However, it doesn't feel that way.
Okay.
And you take 7 damage.
What type?
Oh yes, I guess you are immune to physical damage right now, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Which is why, if you want me to take the damage, we could always call it psychic, because I don't want to totally overpower your scenario. Because it
No, you're
is
fine.
something I'm imagining that I'm having.
No, you're good. I'm just double checking something here really quick. So it would have been piercing damage.
Okay.
So, and then 3 of it was poison damage.
That I can take.
Yeah. So it was 3 poison damage.
Love it.
And then, so the physical you don't really take. You feel like a piercing attack kind of happen, and then it just kind of rolls off of you. But even though the creature missed, you still feel this like doof in your chest as like a poison starts to kind of course through your body.
Okay.
And that'll be the Basilisk's turn. So we'll go to Ocarine.
Okay, so whilst Leah is charging at the first one, I want to try to creep around somehow through the shadows and attack from behind.
That's fine. It's a small enough room where you could definitely do that. They are engaged in combat with Leah, so that would be just fine.
Then I want to do that.
I totally just realized I forgot combat music, so...
I'm just gonna, to help you out, throw Akarian like right there.
Huh?
I just... I directionally faced it the right way by flipping it upside down for you.
It's like that one time with Kittis, when Kittis got all big on the screen and started rotating.
That was a difficult day with technology.
Giant Kittis.
And then I just spun her around and around and around.
Couldn't figure out how to put it back.
Oh.
Nice.
In any case, what are you doing? Stabbing?
I guess unarmed strike.
So roll to hit, add 7.
Here, it'll be better if you roll on flat surface.
18.
18 does hit.
So then
Nice.
a d6 plus 5 plus 4 more d6.
7.
15. 18.
You're kidding me. 17. And 21.
Okay, so 7 plus 21 or 21 total?
21 total.
21 total. Oh yeah, because 6 and 6 is 12, 12 is 24. So if you, man, that would have been good rolls on those if you got 21. But anyways, yeah, so 21 total. Perfect. So yeah, you do just that. You kind of get behind, and you kind of stealthily do your thing, right? And then you just rend its flesh and its back, and it's like a giant lizard. So you just see this like separation of muscle-like material as you just rip your claws right down the creature's side and back. And it doesn't bleed, but you can physically see that you damaged it.
It doesn't equate things. It's an option. Somehow.
So, how old were you again?
Oh no.
As if I would remember.
I mean, how much real time has happened since when she was with the party and the actual party?
Let me just
The
check.
same
No,
amount.
none of us know.
Age 25.
Okay. So, as a reaction to your attack, the basilisk whips its head around and makes eye contact with you.
Great.
Can I try something?
In just a moment. So as it reacts, it looks back at you, and makes eye contact for the briefest of moments, as you are now 13 years old again.
Can I as I'm right there and I was the focus of its attention, as I see it start to turn away to look at Akarine, can I use my reaction to try and grab it to keep it looking at me? Like basically grab its face.
Because
So like basically in an arm strike,
yeah,
or like a grapple.
because a grapple would be the cost of an action versus
That's
a
fair.
reaction. So I don't know if I can necessarily give it to
No, that's fair.
you. Yeah.
I'm just trying. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Why don't you roll for me?
Okay. What would I roll?
Just
The dice.
let's do. Let's roll a dex. It's like a acrobatics. Oh no, sleight of hand. Roll sleight of hand for me. Let's just
Love
see.
it. Oh, that dice flew, so we're gonna use the other one. 15.
Okay, I beat you with a 16, oddly enough, so I just kind of rolled
Okay.
against. So I will say that yes, you did try to reach out, but as this creature is larger than you are, you couldn't really get purchase on its neck to try to, like, even though you're strong, like, it was just an awkward hold.
Okay.
So Ocarina, you snuck behind, you did your attacks. Was there anything else you wanted to do with your turn?
Nope.
Okay. Then we will go to Gale.
Okay, so I'm thinking for the time being, keep my distance, figure out what the game plan is. I'm not going to get in close until we can maybe blind them as well. But I'm going to use my action, and you're going to see Gale casting living magic right now. As he reaches his hand, manipulates them in such a way, and casts guiding bolt at the basilisk on the right hand side.
Yeah, the left one's dead. I'll pull it off the map.
Nice. So that is going to be. So that's a nat 20, guys.
Yes.
Nice.
So that would be 5d6 damage. I can't remember spells. Can I just roll like 10d6 for
You roll
crit hit?
5d6 and double it, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can do whatever. I'm just saying that's what I do.
I still get to roll loads of dice. That's fine. And that is okay. Okay, that's good. That is 10. That is 44 points of radiant damage.
Damn. Okay.
I cast it at second level, so it's standard 5d6, and I rolled 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you did just that. So you shot your guiding bolt, and it fired off, and it hit, and a dim light actually begins to kind of permeate from the flesh, and especially kind of the hole you punctured with the guiding bolt, as it is just illuminated, and anyone who attacks it on its next turn, the next attack against it should have advantage.
That's it, yes.
Nice.
But what's interesting is as you were kind of casting the spell, and this dim light is now shining and radiating from its body, what you don't notice is at first you kind of squint because the light from your radiance hits your eyes. When you open your eyes again, the basilisk is looking directly at you.
I'm trying to avoid eye contact. Can I make a check?
No, because you were kind of locked in because of the spell. But I'll
Okay,
tell
that's
you
fair
what.
enough.
I'll tell you what. Roll a. Man, I don't. Roll a sleight of eyes, and what that is a sleight of hand. But yeah, just go ahead and or you can roll an animal handling or a sleight of hand, whatever is higher for you. How about that?
Surprisingly, animal handling is higher. My sleight of hand is a 1. My animal handling is a +4. Because it's technically wisdom. That is 17.
Okay. So you actually did beat me in my rule. So you you kind of avert your gaze at the last moment, and really only catch a glimpse of its stone-like purple eyes as you lose 7 years of your life.
Okay, so Gale would have been... At the start of the campaign, would have been about 23. So that brings him down to 16.
All right.
No, but the
So
basilisk aged him 5 years. Remember the first time?
Oh god, yeah. So he's back down to 21
21.
in that case.
All right. So you see a younger, hipper, sprier-looking Gale, maybe a little pencil mustache drawn in. But yes, he does seem to be a little bit more cut and attractive than he was momentarily ago.
Dude. I'm nearly 27.
I'm just messing with you. I know. I know. All right. So that was your guiding bolt. What else would you like to do?
I'd just like to say I've aged like a fine wine and end my turn.
All right. So that will then bring us to Cedar. Then, yeah. So Cedar, you are up, and you would have an advantage, I believe, on any attack rolls that you would do. However, if you do look at it, you're at a disadvantage. So, if you look away, it'll be a straight roll. If you look at it, it'll be advantage.
Okay. Give me a sec to think about this then. Eden. Sorry. Where I had a different spell in there. Okay, whatever. I would like to cast second level Tasha's Mind Whip on the glowy one.
All right.
It has to make an intelligence saving throw.
Its best stat.
Yeah, I didn't
It's-
think Basilisk would be particularly good at that.
I got a 2 with no modifier.
No. just no.
Like that. No.
I don't think I saved.
Yeah, no. So that is 3d6 of psychic damage, and it can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. And on its next turn, it has to choose whether to move, act, or bonus act. Only one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna roll for the damage. Oh, I thank you. 12 damage. And then for my bonus action, I am gonna throw a psychic dagger at it. Favorite move.
Okay.
Let me just make sure that I have the right one. Yep, there it is. I think since this is an aim thing, I'm gonna very quickly throw away.
So Tasha's
It doesn't
technically
have its reaction anymore, though.
Tasha's is also an aim thing. It's a spell.
Oh. Well, then I guess I looked at it at some point or another. I'm screwed. Just gonna roll.
And yes, it doesn't have its reaction anymore, but it's already facing Gale. So since Cedar is not even 5-10 feet apart, it doesn't have to look very far. It doesn't have to turn. It can just move its eyes.
And I did
Well,
not.
it's
fuck it
actually
up.
looking across and
I
down.
didn't hit. No, it did not hit with the mind knife.
Oh, okay. So
I did not poke a lizard with my knife.
So, bear in mind, the basilisk is going to look to the side and then down if it's going to concentrate on Cedar.
Hey.
I said Cedar, not
so
Sophie.
how old were you again?
Okay, wait. Okay, Cedar was 20. Wait. Frick. Give me a sec to remember how old she was at the beginning of this. Wait. Background. She is currently 28. I updated it.
Okay, and when did you leave home? Sick. So, in a blink and you miss it moment, Cedar's scar vanishes from her face. In fact, all of the scars that Cedar had vanishes from her face and her body in general. As I roll an 18, and you go back to 10. So days before you probably left home is the same Cedar that you remember looking in the mirror when it was announced that you were to be wed. As a 10-year-old Cedar is standing next to you all now. And that'll bring us to Kittis.
Kidis looked like she was 12.
Yes.
Kidis just kind of starts walking, like she turns, not even looking at it, and walks. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About there, and she sends over her servant over to Leah and casts haste on Leah via the servant.
Okay. Oh yeah, because you have your homunculus still out, right?
Yep. And so she casts haste on Leah, not even looking at the basilisk.
That
The thing.
works perfectly. Leah would be hasted.
Then I think that will be my turn.
Okay. So you looked away and you did not engage the basilisk directly. Leah is hasted, and it is now Leah's turn.
Okay. Leah just sees the basilisk start aging almost everybody down. And in just one swift motion with her sword, brings it down on its throat for a 26 to hit.
Yeah. I won't even need you to roll damage. She had 6 life
Yeah.
left. So Leah, in one swift motion, moves almost at a superhuman speed as her sword cleaves the head of the basilisk clean off, and its face falls face first into the ground, and both basilisks now dead in the ground. Something strange happens. They begin to both shift and fade and static, and they restart their loop around the room.
Oh no.
However, they are now opaque or incorporeal, let's say, and they're see-through. So it's almost like they are completely phased out of this reality, but still walking in that circle. And they pay you no mind as they walk around.
Candace is gonna go walk towards where she remembers the door was last time.
It is still there completely. It's in the exact same place as you remember it.
Alright, time to move on. Boop.
Are we gonna address that Cedar and Ocarin are now children?
Well, next room.
I'm gonna try something.
Okay.
As everyone's walking, Leah's just gonna kind of purposefully slow down. And then as she gets to the point where she's about right next to Cedar, she just wordlessly puts a hand on Cedar's shoulder and casts Counterspell to try and dispel the magical aging.
Give me 1 second.
Which I know that's technically more of a dispel magic thing,
Yeah. No, I can see where you were going with that.
Especially since that's coming from Leah.
Yeah.
So sweet.
Please being nice to Cedar.
So, thematically, what's going to happen is Cedar will not de-age, but as you cast this counter spell and you're making physical contact, Cedar looks at you for a moment, and the scar returns.
Okay. And then Leah sees this, and she just says absolutely nothing during this encounter, and just speeds back up.
Okay.
Confused 10-year-old owl noises.
So,
What would those sound like, Sophie?
oh,
Why do you so
Wait. Wouldn't this
Crying
put
noises?
wouldn't this going off proper owl timeline shit? Wouldn't this put Cedar in the owl ugly stage?
No, I think.
Oh,
I'm trying to think. Being a 10-year-old, she would wait. Stages of owl. You are the ugly phase. I'm putting her at 31 at the 31 days phase. So that
Dude, this looks like a.
she looks like a cotton ball. So normally she's kind of like a cinnamon brownish red. She is all down feathers right now. So she is like a cream white color. Little cotton ball.
Okay, I really hope one of y'all is able to get this reference.
here you go.
All this entire time when Leah has been interacting with Cedar, while she hasn't said a thing, in her mind she's been calling Cedar a la vodka. I really hope one of y'all get that reference.
Nope.
You know the penguin pesto? A la vodka is another kind of sauce, but it's white.
Oh, I like that. I
Yeah.
like baby pesto penguin. He's
Mhm.
huge.
I can't believe he's finally losing his down feathers.
So
We're up so far.
I do have a picture of it down. I have the new picture of Cedar for now,
Mm-hmm.
up in maps if you guys want to see it.
Love it.
Get her
course
back
I
to your
Angry.
children.
Angry bird.
Why are we fighting again?
So you just hear little high pitched noises, and just see this little cotton ball with stick legs.
So do you
Cedar?
guys remember what was in this room that you guys just walked down the stairs into?
Leah doesn't.
Would Cedar
Can't
remember? Because this was during the wedding, you know, of the person she doesn't remember.
So
Hold on. Do I personally remember what was after this? Because I just remember getting pissed at the hag.
Wait, no, I remember. I think it was Aquafania.
it was. So
She tried drowning me. Oh.
With love.
so you guys
No, not with love. With malice and prejudice.
Good job. Aquafania tried to drown her. I didn't. Cedar has no blame right now. She's 10. She's just a baby. I will try to play with a cotton ball. Oh. You put a baby cat and
Anyway.
a baby bird in the same room, Doku.
No.
Oh no. That's so funny.
We've created a
Anyway.
monster.
So yes, this room, if you guys remember, was Aquafina's torture chamber. As she was basically being bled for her essence. You walk into this room, and the viscera that just fills the ground and litters the floor as bits of flesh have just been striped away from the body, and blood lay all over the ground as the instruments of torture actually still remain. You look up and you see this after image and what you remember Aquafina look like as you see kind of her tears look up, almost in joy that her rescuers are there. But in a blink and you miss it moment, that viscera turns to small mounds. The top of this tower that you were in vanishes as you are now at the bottom of a tower. And headless corpses of horses fill the room before the smell hits you. And the blood litters the floor and pools up as you almost have to walk through it. And it's in the point of congealing that every step you take, it gets harder to walk because the vacuum of suction just pulls your feet to the floor. And you're in a room full of about 5 dead horses. And I'll get that map up here in just a second.
I'm gonna go find their heads again.
Again.
We remember where they were, don't we?
Very much disgusting.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I don't
Yes, we
remember
are.
this map is the problem. Like, I remember the heads were in, like, a room off to the side. So Kidis is just gonna be, like, just go and start grabbing the heads. Be like, Leah, help me reattach.
Where were they?
Don't remember off the top of my head.
So
I'm gonna try and have baby Peter start trying to look around.
tell me which room you enter first, Kidis.
If I remember correctly, there's to the left, that door to the left, and then down, and then that bottom room was where they were, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So you do. But as you begin to walk through this door, you disappear.
Come again?
Kidis vanishes. And if you were to suddenly take 10 damage, Kidis, what would that sound like?
Probably her just screeching. The problem is Discord will not catch it. It'll just be an absolute rage of her just yelling, fuck.
So you all in the main room that are walking over these horses, Kidis kind of sets out with a degree of, oh, I know where to go, and begins walking. And the moment she gets through the door, she is teleported away, and you hear her screaming at the top of her lungs in pain.
In rage, actually.
In rage.
In rage.
In rage as she's taking damage. And you all, I mean, whoever wants to run to the room, you can. But you saw her go through that door, and now she's screaming in pain.
Huh.
Kidis? Hello?
With the reasoning of a 10-year-old. Cedar starts to go towards the door to take a look.
No, Cedar.
What?
Come back,
What?
come back.
No.
It's not good there. Let's take our time.
The Kidis went in there. We need to go help her.
But we don't know if it's good in there or not. We heard screams.
Yeah, but if we don't go and help her, she could die.
I think We need to investigate around here first, see if there's another way to get through without killing us.
Pretty sure I still have all my magic.
Yes, but Cedar, you're smaller and you're 10. No offense.
Angry puffball noises.
She
So-
turns into Puffball Marge Simpson.
So, Daddy Gale, I do have to tell you, your camera is off.
Sorry, did you just call me Daddy Gale?
Well, you definitely took the dad role all of a sudden.
Yes, but Daddy, I thought that was your...
Papa. Papi Galeone.
So, not only is a dad, he's now somewhat Italian? Okay.
But the thing is
Yeah.
where are you though? Your camera is gone.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Yeah, I am still here. I'm okay.
Did you turn
Okay.
off the camera on purpose, or or did it cut off?
I think it might have cut off. I can try and fix things on my end. But I'm still here.
Okay.
Hey,
We'll work with what we have, I guess.
Yeah.
Oku, what am I fighting? Why did I get hurt?
It's one of the two
Because
dragons.
you're strapped to a torture bed.
did we hear that?
Just yell, not again!
Wait, don't go. I have a question. I think Cedar's gonna like stand there for a second, like kind of ticked off that like she's being told what to do by two members of the party now, more than usual. And then she's gonna think about something, and she's gonna take the little down feather covered little baby wings and see if she can still fly. Like, is this the 10 of jumping off the balcony and learning, yes, I can fly, now I'm gonna run away from home? Or is this the 10 of can't yet fly?
You can
Just wanted to
fly.
find out.
Can fly. Okay, good.
There is
Perfect.
no magical level energy wise difference. You are still just as hungry as you were. There is no changes aside from your age.
Okay. I'm gonna have Cedar just get really quiet and like let the adults take a second to try and figure stuff out, but also wait for them to get distracted. But baby Akari is already very much distracted by the puffball trying to fly. Oh no. I'm going to be
Yeah.
eaten.
Gail's been keeping an eye on the
I
puffball.
very much intend to play with this cotton ball. Oh dear. do it. I will. But yeah, she's like
Gail's-
testing out flight, finds out, okay, I can fly. And then kind of touches back down on the ground, satisfied, but like, okay, good. We have that at least.
Gail's keeping an eye on the puffball, because if she starts heading towards the door, nah, he's gonna get in the way.
I remember. Hold on. 1, 2. I can teleport out.
Oh yeah, you still got some charges.
Dang. I still have some charges left. I'm not going back into this freaking. I'm not going to have a repeat of Dana attacking me to get the office day thing.
That was Dimran, actually.
Different. I meant. I'm not having a whole repeat of this freaking. She's just like ranting at this point, and she's just like no, and she's going to try to teleport out of the room.
So you see Kittis momentarily appear in visual range, and then the moment that invulnerability wears off, poof, she's transported back to the bed and takes another 12 damage.
Oh,
You
Dang.
freaking pick up. Oh, get me off this stupid thing!
The moment Leah hears those words, with an 18 to hit, she releases a javelin.
Are you?
Oh,
So what are you aiming for?
horrible idea.
The chains holding her down.
Okay. So
And even at
Again.
disadvantage, that would be an 18.
yeah, all good. So you nail the chain completely, and the chain actually breaks. One of the ones holding down her arm. And with that attempt to actually save her, the other chain pulls even tighter. And I'm going to roll this damage.
Oh, poor Kiss.
19 plus 12. 29. 31 damage?
31.
How much damage?
31.
Okay, I'm at 5 hit points.
Oh
Okay.
no!
Gale.
So
Right.
you throw the javelin just innately and you nail it and you're like, heck yeah. And the moment that first chain is severed, whichever one you wanted to aim for, whether it's an arm or a leg, the other three completely pull tighter and actually do more damage, it seems, than the first time.
Okay.
What else are you guys going to do?
At my own risk, I'm going to cast Cloud of Daggers and basically aim the daggers at the rest of the freaking thing. No, no,
What?
I'm mad.
I really think this episode should just be called Bad Decisions.
Yeah.
So you fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube of 5 feet on each side, centered on the point of you choose, and that's on you. You're,
Maybe not.
I mean, you can. I'm not
I
going to stop you.
misunderstood. I know. Give me 2 seconds.
Not
I
going
just
to.
don't want to
Maybe we
accidentally end up
should.
attacking myself. That's the problem.
Well-
I don't want them to hit me.
Well, it wouldn't last very long, that's for sure.
No, it wouldn't.
'Cause
Oh, with 5 health that left.
you can do whatever you want to do.
Can my homunculus servant get me out of the rest of them? I want out.
Do you
Last time it let me.
do you want to call your servant to try to let you out of the remaining chains?
No, at this point I'm mad. I'm just mad at these dang things. I was mad when I was first in them, and I'm mad now.
I think hearing Kiddis's sort of cries of pain, Gale is going to try and head in and try to find her so he can actually heal her up. But
Okay.
he's going to turn to her and go, "Do not follow me. Stay here. I will be back."
The babies definitely won't stay because we want to know what the ruckus is all about.
Okay.
Please no. Please remember, if anyone freaking remembers, last time this room existed, if you walked in, you got hurt. Because whatever the frick is wrong with this room?
No.
I can
No,
take
we didn't
it.
get hurt.
You got hurt.
Yes, but
So
no. Oh yeah, every time you guys enter the room, I just got more hurt.
Gale enters
Uh-huh.
the room to try to come heal you, and
I've forgotten about
your
that.
3 chains completely tighten and pull for another 12 damage. As he walks closer and closer, your body
I'm out.
is ripped in half by the pulling of these chains. Your arms dislocate, your hips dislocate, as your body is literally torn in 2.
Can I do something?
Stu.
Sure.
Yeah, please.
Just I'm more than willing to do this at disadvantage. I will even take a -5 on top of that to attempt to make this work. Can I, at the moment, like seeing him start to enter the room, can I release the second javelin to cut her other armband?
Yeah.
$17 with all of my shit I threw on top of it. 22 if I'm not.
So as Gale enters the room, the second javelin hits the other armband and snaps it. And the table begins to still pull. And now instead of pulling her apart, it pulls her down into the pulley system of the chains,
Oh,
and her legs basically roll in between metal pulleys and metal chains as they then crush.
I'm still
Ooh.
dead.
And instead of 12 damage, that's 13 damage.
Well, oh well. That's fine.
the child.
I'm here to help you, Kiddis. Kiddis? Oh no.
And
No, Cedar.
this is on brand for Leah, actually trying to help. But
Yeah.
basically, the moment her last breath leaves her body out of the excruciating amount of pain this torture bread put her through, the room resets. And she's alive again.
health
Sitting at full health, sitting in the middle of an empty room.
What? Oh, so, Gail walked away, right?
No, Gale's in the room. He was walking in the room. Leah was
What?
standing right behind him, javelin in hand, throwing.
Away from us.
Oh, away from you. Yes,
Two children.
they walked away from the two children.
But by the way, quick question. Does she remember what happened last?
Oh,
Does she remember the prior attempts?
You remember the prior attempts and the pain you were just in from these attempts. Yes.
oh.
After she comes back, she just shouts, Wait, did she remember the first time dying?
She didn't die the first
No,
time.
she wouldn't.
She was rescued the first time.
Oh,
Is it-
like
First time this
Yeah, I mean the first time. No, the first time that heard she died in her backstory.
oh, in her backstory.
In her backstory, when was it? Remind me.
It was back with the crypt. Like she was saved, but like she practically, like if I remember correctly, she died twice. Once while she was still back home. Once while she was
Okay.
on the road.
So then, what it would do is you would remember dying as a child and being saved, but you don't remember where you were.
Okay. So she yells 8 and she comes back. That's the first word out of her mouth. Gail, you can't enter the room without the chains getting tighter.
But I want to heal. It's my job.
Well, now I am back fully, so that's great. But if you don't remember last time, you step into the room, these dang things get tighter.
I didn't remember. It's been literal years. I'm sorry.
So, does Kiddis try to leave the room?
I'm assuming I'm chained again.
The moment you try to leave the room, yes. The torture bed will repopulate in the room, and you will be chained again. The difference is
Wait,
Gale has not
wait.
left the room yet. So they start to get tighter automatically.
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out!
Okay. He runs.
So, Kiddis there remains on the bed. I won't roll the damage, because he kind of gets out very quickly.
Oh. Like, what I remember from last time is Dana threw an axe,
Cameron.
and Dimron, why do I keep saying Dana? Dimron
that
threw
was
an axe.
that was the last character. Dimron was the first character.
Yeah.
I know. Rain, stop. You're not allowed to switch Lee out.
No.
I've just now decided.
The council has decided.
So, Dimron threw the axe, and then I actually technically untied myself last time.
Mhm. Didn't you have like a knife on a stick or something?
Yes, we did.
Oh yeah, Cedar made a knife on a stick.
Yes.
Delicious.
It was rope last time. It was rope last time, not chains.
Oh, but yeah,
I can't come help right now.
Um,
Not to come close. Also,
is
You know what? Shut
so
up, Cedar.
so these are metal chains restraining her to the torture bed.
Mm-hmm.
Leah just again, she doesn't actually. Let's see here. Gotta look it up.
So I am curious, though. What are the two children doing in the room full of headless dead
I'm
horses?
so glad you asked. I am chasing around the cotton ball.
And after a little bit of being chased around, Cedar's gonna and Thief's gonna be like, we should look somewhere else. Gail just said we can't go into that room. He also said stay here, but he can't possibly expect that.
Not the. Cedar, don't go into all the other rooms.
Wait, what'd you say, Charisse?
Don't you dare go into the other rooms. Don't do what I did last time. I remember what I did last time in this place.
Oh, Cedar's not going into any particular room. I don't remember. She's just going somewhere. I think she's fully gonna go to another
I remember.
floor.
I have never
Sophie,
been here.
remember what's in these rooms. Sophie, I remember what's in these rooms. No,
What?
please. I remember what's in these rooms. We do not need the issues that are in the next room.
Oh. Then what about the other rooms on this floor?
I don't think there's much issues on the other rooms on this floor. The problem comes in is when we went to the next floor, that was the basilisk stones. Things. We don't need those issues.
Fine.
Do not explore too far. We do not need those issues while I'm strapped to this torture chamber.
All right, Leah, and what are you doing?
Leah, you're just for the first time since the bridge, y'all hear Leah speak, but none of y'all understand what she's saying as it's in giant. As she casts heat metal on all 4 of the chains at once.
Can I cast at the same time Spirit Shroud to cool, to both heat and then cool the chains to make them weaker to yank? Isn't that how heat and cooling works? Make them weaker?
It depends on the thermal cycle. You can actually end up making it stronger, just more brittle. So yes and no. Technically, the metal would be stronger, but easier to break, if that makes sense. So if you thermal cycle metal, then yeah. I mean, heating it will make it pliable. Chilling it will make it harder. But if you heat it and cold it, it will temper it, which actually makes it... I don't know. It'll be easier to bend and break as opposed to bend, right? So it makes it brittle, but stronger.
So do we want to try that?
Sure.
Or do you want to just heat metal and try...
Either way.
So you were casting what? Or trying to cast what? I know heat metal, and I'll resolve that in just 1 second. What was your spell, Kiddos?
Spirit Shroud, because I can choose cold damage.
You are unable to cast it because you need the use of your hands.
Oh, freaking piece of... Okay. With the heat metal, she's still gonna try to pull to get out, because hopefully it melts it.
Alright, so let's see. Go ahead and roll 2d8 fire damage for me.
Okay. 10.
Okay. So Kiddos takes 21 damage.
Okay.
Weird.
Some from the heat metal, and then the other part is the bed pulling her and stretching her.
So I take it that does not make it easier for me to break the chains.
No. Cedar and Ocarine kind of are now exploring another room in the building.
Oh, I can't do that either.
The first room that you enter is a storeroom with a second door in it.
Can I go through the second door? Yes. I didn't have friends as a kid. Let's go. It's like a new experience.
Really depressing.
Why do you think she made dolls of the favorite characters in her books? She was lonely.
So, in this room, it's completely empty aside from a shelf with 4 shadow boxes on the walls. Each box contains a bag. there's an inscription on the shelf that says, "You can only choose the correct one. The others will be destroyed."
Well, Kittis chooses things at random. Works out for her. She doesn't second guess it. So maybe the thing is, whichever one we pick, if we believe it's the correct one, it will be the correct. Because if we choose the correct one, we choose which one's correct.
I don't think that's how it works.
Maybe. Fate powers be crazy. So that's what this is, by the way. It's fate power.
Do you attempt to
Very
pull
busy.
one of the bags out of the shadow boxes, or what do you want to do?
See, you said they're on a shelf, right?
So they're on a shelf, but you could probably get your arm up and get over and paw it with your hand a little bit.
Wait, yes, actually, like, boost her up.
Give me a boost. Ceiling's too low to actually try and fly in here. Don't worry, my bones are hollow. I'm light.
I am picking seed off. Have a look at the hostess.
So I'm not even going to make you roll. You're all good. You now see two children, kind of one on each other's shoulders, trying to open up one of the shadow boxes with the bags in them to pick a bag. And so you're kind of wobbly a little bit, but she's light enough where you can kind of prop her up. And now she has full view and full use of her hands to try to open up one of the shadow boxes to get a bag.
Do they all look exactly the same?
They all look exactly the same. If you want to roll an
Okay.
investigation, maybe I can give you more detail, but
I would love to roll an investigation.
12. Yep, 12.
they all look exactly the same. The only difference between them is some of them are all resting. They all seem to be resting in a different direction. So they were placed, and one went towards you. They were placed, the other one went behind you or back. Like the way they fell was different, but aside from that, they seemingly are identical bags.
Which one fell to the right?
The right be the third bag.
Then the third bag. I choose the third bag.
Okay. So there is no lock. There's just a little glass, door that you open up, and you grab the bag of holding, and as you pull it out, the other three bags are doused in a liquid flame of just napalm as you feel the heat coming out of the other three boxes. And the other three bags, when the flames stop, are completely vaporized. But you have in your possession now a magical bag of holding.
I win.
Jackpot.
Which I love
Okay, what are we doing?
that you stated your logic, because remember when I first started the missed bag of holding counter?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
this was the first bag you missed.
Yeah, it was. I do
Full
remember that.
circle.
Yeah.
And you want to know why we missed it? Was because you guys didn't let me mess with things.
Well, if you think about it, Cedar took inspiration from Kittis, so
So we finally got it.
we finally got it.
So we cut back to Gail and Leah standing outside of a room staring at Kittis on a torture rack.
Can I
Okay.
can I roll perception to see what the other two are doing?
Sure.
Like to see if I see them leave and what they're doing?
You probably wouldn't be able to see them because they're in a completely different room. At best, you'd be able to hear them, and you would probably also, with a high enough roll, be able to hear the trap that went off to burn the other bags.
Okay, I got a 14.
Okay. So I'll say that you definitely heard the sound of what sounded like a flamethrower.
Okay.
And you hear the giggling of two small children in a room by themselves.
Okay.
But they are intact and fine, and they're laughing.
Mm-hmm. Then she goes into view where she can see them. and she's just basically gonna. You see her again. All this is done wordlessly. You see her like shake her head, in like a disapproving way to herself, and then she goes and she pulls out just like a straw, and she takes 2 tiny pieces of paper as they're still distracted, rolls them up into balls, wets them with her blood, and gets ready to make spitballs.
But with blood.
No, that's gross.
Blood balls.
What
That sounds
do I
weird.
have to
No,
roll?
no.
I guess 2 attack rolls.
Okay. What kind of modifier are we looking at? Strength or dex?
Improvised, so whatever that would be.
Okay. So
What is
I
that,
guess that would just probably use my
strength?
better stat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because improvised weapon is strength, but I guess this is more dexterous. So let's call it dex because it's a ranged attack.
Okay. So that is a dirty 20 for one of them.
Okay. Which I think beats their AC, whoever you want to hit.
Yeah. And then, holy shit. Probably the lowest roll I'm gonna get for a while. So that dirty 20 was for Cedar. I'll say, and I'll give this 15 to Akarian.
Which I can't remember if that hits because I thought she was at 16, wasn't she? Let me double check.
I can't remember either.
Akarin, what's your AC?
15.
15.
Oh, meets it, beats it. We both got hit by
So
Emma blood.
you,
Okay.
So gross.
so yes, 2. You guys are giggling over your find and the trap that just went off, and in that moment you kind of see Leah lean into the room like a disappointed mother and shoot 2 spitballs at you.
And these aren't just at them. These are like as they're giggling directly into their mouths.
Oh, that's grim.
Gross.
Cedar, roll a con save.
Ew. I know what you're doing. You devious. I rolled
Oh.
a flipping 1. Kill me now. Don't actually. I'm not talking to you, Rain, or you, Doku.
Oh, and just to preface, this was meant to do no form of damage.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
So was this an attempt at poison or no?
This was an attempt at the bonding poison, mitigating damage.
So what's interesting is the bond with Cedar will fail for now
Okay.
until we resolve it. The bond with Akarin will most certainly fail.
Okay.
So there are other forces at play as to why. Because they're technically both, if you're looking at the hierarchy, who you are contesting ownership with.
Right.
Yeah. So why don't you do rolls for me?
Okay.
Go ahead and roll it. And I mean, I could roll a nat 1.
What am I rolling?
I guess the poison take. So, because do I have you roll for? No, I just roll against it, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So let me just do that straight roll. And what is the modifier for it again?
That's what the modifier is it's a con 17 to beat the poison.
Con 17. Okay. So let me go look up the modifiers for Lilith and Raven Queen.
Okay.
I have their characters built. Give me a second.
That doesn't surprise me.
Wait, the Raven Queen for Akarin?
Where'd you find her?
Yeah.
Also, Baby Akarin and Baby Cedar make an amazing duo. We do.
Oh, I love them. I don't totally want to do what I'm doing, but it just makes too much sense for my character right now.
I got that. Now I'm playing with you. Oh my gosh. Actually, you getting a spitball into the mouth of a cat. I would probably try to.
So
Up like a bubble.
Oh yeah.
I rolled really poorly with Lolth, so Ocarina's fine. But you met the con save for Cedar.
Okay.
At least in this instance here. So,
This is so funny to me.
so Cedar is now partially bonded to Leah. And we will see how long that lasts.
You're actually becoming. Cedar's actually becoming like Kidis, cause like, lol. Kidis.
So, hold
They
on.
get along very well.
You said you rolled a 15? Yeah, I met. Because
Wait.
I rolled a 2.
No.
Did you roll?
It's a con 17.
Con 17. Okay. So I have a 3. And then a plus 14.
Okay.
I said 15, didn't I? Meant 17.
You did.
Well, you still met. So
Okay.
yeah, her saving throw is a con plus 14. And I rolled a 3, so...
Okay.
Good times. So what did you want to do with your newly bonded Cedar?
Newly
Leah
bonded
just-
ball of fluffy rage.
Without saying a word, this is all heard telepathically. Leah just goes, I said I would never do this unless I had to, and I have to. Get in line.
Very angry looking baby Cedar just kind of walks out into the room where she had been before she and Akron started playing around, and just kind of sits on the floor holding her bag of holding, looking very angry.
Yeah.
Ocarine, roll a perception for me.
Also making a very horrible, like, you know, the noise you'd imagine when an owl is coughing up a pellet, because something did just hit the back of her throat.
Dirty 20.
You see spider webs left behind over every footstep that Cedar takes under orders of Leah. And you are the only one who can see them.
Can't see ghosts.
I am a cat and very curious. I'm trying to figure out what those are.
Okay.
All right. She doesn't know all details.
So we'll come back to that momentarily. Gail and Kittis, what are you guys doing? Anything in particular, or Gail, are you just gonna not go into the room? What are you doing, bud?
Gal's gonna try and figure out how to free Kidis without stepping into the room, because he hasn't got a lot of ranged weapons on him, so he can't exactly break the chains. And neither is he Fleetwood Mac, so he cannot break the chain.
That's a good reference.
Thank you. So I think, let me just double check his weapons really quickly.
All right. While you do that, Kittis, roll a perception for me.
Okay. Uh, 18.
You feel surprisingly comfortable. No one has done anything for a couple of seconds, and you are noticing that you're not feeling any tightness or pain. But back to Gail. Go ahead.
Could I maybe use Mistral Razor to break the chain? It's a ranged cantrip, so I wouldn't have to physically be in the room, and the range is over 100 feet.
Yeah.
You attack all 4 at once?
Maybe not all 4 at once. It would be like 4 separate actions technically, because they're cantrips. But aside from that, it's better than just blasting at it with like light beams, I think. Because these are the rays that I can probably try and concentrate on like singular links as opposed to blasting an entire area.
Okay. So are you gonna just cast 4 back to back? And
Can do, yeah. And then I'm happy to take time and let the others do their own thing as well.
okay, that's all right. So, is it? It's an attack roll, right? Even though it's a cantrip.
Yeah, so it's a ranged attack roll. But I'm going to be targeting like individual links in the chains to try and break them apart.
Okay, roll 4 attack rolls for me.
Okay. 40 20s. Okay, so that's +8. Okay, so 2 of those are 12, and there's an 18 and a 23.
Okay, which 2 do you want to break?
I think I'll go for the top ones first.
Okay.
I'm just thinking that way that she's got her arms free and she can maybe try and manipulate things independently.
All right. The same thing begins to happen when you attack both chains. Both of those links snap, and the tightening of the bottom rack happens without the pulling from the top. So her legs buckle and roll again between chain and pulley, as half of her body rolls underneath the bed, and she takes 21 damage.
Sorry, Charisse.
But something more interesting is going to happen in this moment, because Ocarine, you're seeing the spider webs at her feet. You were curious about it, so what did you want to do?
I would maybe want to first kind of sniff it out, and then I would go and touch them.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Roll.
Yeah, like, yeah, I love it.
Roll an
And I would do it.
investigation.
This is complete chaos, and I am so here for it.
I'm taking very much inspiration from sushi.
Aww.
Investigation. Yeah. 11.
Perfect. So you don't see anything wrong with it, really, and you've already committed to your next action, so you begin to touch these spider webs.
Oh.
It's just like little cat that. Yep, right. Yes.
So you begin playing with them a little bit, and they begin to ball up, and kind of ball up, and they go from like a silk thread to like a silk ball.
Yay.
Do you continue to play with them, or what do you want to do now that you have a silk
I
ball?
want to continue to play with the ball.
So you begin juggling this silken ball, and as you do, it actually gets bigger and bigger, and now it's kind of like a ball of yarn, right? As it just gets bigger and bigger as you play with it. And as you do, a giant crack severs the entire room you are in as the room begins to fall apart, and 8 spiders' legs begin to come out of the crack on the floor and try to pull the rest of the floor out as you guys all fall, as the floor underneath you falls apart. And even if you try to grip the walls begin to tumble into the abyss at the floor as a giant spider's mouth tries to grab you all as you're falling. And you all hit the ground and lose your breath for a moment as you fall flat on your backs.
Oof. Yay. When
Am I
Cedar
still
can
my
bring it, she goes,
16 health.
I didn't do it! Oh, for fuck's sake.
What does the fox say?
Is Kittis
I'm
still at 16?
I'm kidding.
Nope,
Is Kittis?
you're fine.
Okay, I'm back at my full health.
Yep.
At least that's
Okay.
it.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
unsupported. Give me 1 second. The mysteries of the game here.
Cedar sits up, still kind of in the same area. And just kind of looks over at Leah. Can I move now?
Leah just nods.
Thanks.
I am pouting
Baby Cedar
because
is so petty.
he looks over. Baby Cedar looks over to where Gale is.
I found a thing.
I was waving the bag of holding in the air.
What did you find?
Bag of holding.
Oh, that's really cool.
I know.
Okay. Not going to contest it.
Akron helped me get it. She made me tall.
Nice teamwork, guys.
This is so chaotic. Oh, this episode.
So,
Oh, remember this scene.
you guys are all landed flat on your back, and you look up, and all you see is super dense treetops
Fuck, I remember that.
and a fog that rolls over the entire floor.
Gosh dang it.
Oh, God, not this.
I did not
Fucking
like
play.
this place.
It says Baby Cedar.
Says Baby
Forgotten
Cedar.
about this place.
Kittis just kind of like gets up and she just starts walking.
Okay. And you walk, and you walk, and you walk.
Katarine does the same thing I did last time. I'm gonna climb the trees.
So Kittis begins to kind of walk and kind of disappears into the fog and vanishes. Ocarine climbs a tree and also vanishes. Oh wait, that was Leah. Wrong token. So now, standing in a clearing is Leah, Cedar, and Gale.
Cedar's trying to think back to when this happened last time.
You want to roll a history check?
I would love to. You can use a different dice because that one has betrayed me twice today.
The dice will be for you.
Okay, that's not too bad. This dice can live another day.
How generous.
19.
Okay. You remember vividly asking your Fey Queen for help to solve this puzzle, and you needed DM assistance. As there were runes that you were touching that were teleporting you to different areas, and you could not figure out what to do with them.
Cedar's gonna start touching rocks. Just,
She's gonna like.
Cedar vanishes.
But kind of glitched away.
Is
through.
there a clear, like, ending point, like point A and point B kind of thing?
So it is a very dense thicket of woods, and you can kind of see forward and you can kind of see back. And
But like, is there like a 40-foot stretch full of runes or something? Or is there a point I can see that would be safe?
so the runes are technically obscured by the fog, and Leah technically would not remember them.
Well, right, but is there, and I know that Leah would have no memory of this because this never happened for Leah. But is there? What I'm asking is like, is the spot I'm standing on clear, and is there another clear spot somewhere ahead?
So no, it's all fog. You
Okay.
can't even really see your feet.
All right, then Leah just looks down at Gale, and in his head he's gonna hear, "What do you want to do?"
Well, I was thinking maybe I could get in contact with my Fey Queen. Because that's how we got through last time. Was
Yeah,
we...
Kittis wasn't here.
Oh
I
yeah,
have no
this is
idea how you guys
Kittis
solved this
years.
puzzle.
By years, I
This
mean
time I managed
day.
to that last time was we said a little prayer, we focused on our Fey Queens, and we found a route through them. Give me a moment. I'm just gonna try and pray to her. And he's gonna reach down and grab some water from his flask and just try and say a quick little prayer to Aquafenia.
Okay, roll a performance.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. One of my flatmates is
No worries.
playing music and singing in the hallway. I didn't hear him.
Tell him to shut up, and then roll a
It's
performance.
really shit as well.
Oof.
Performance was that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a straight roll for me, because Gale has no riz. 6.
Okay. You do a performance, and a blue trail of glyphs appear through the fog that you can barely make out.
But I can make them out.
Yeah.
I would like to follow the glyphs.
Cool. You disappear, and you're with Cedar.
Hello, child.
So you did follow the path that you could see,
Yeah.
and it still led you the wrong way.
Leah's
Okay.
gonna... She's gonna see everyone start to disappear when they move. And I know this is kind of abusing my power, so if you don't want to let this happen, that's totally fine. She's just gonna, just using her innate strength, jump about 5 feet in the air. And then right before she lands, when she's about a foot off the ground, she just kind of bounces up and down a little bit to create that surface. And she's just kind of bouncing in place 1 foot above the ground.
Okay.
And she's just, as this is happening, once she realizes she can gain purchase without teleporting because of her abilities, she's gonna start bounding around. She's just gonna first head straight ahead and move as far as she and just keep moving until she sees something that might make her stop.
All right. So you walk in a straight line, and after a minute or two of just doing your little air walk, by literally, I'm assuming you're kicking off the ground so strong it creates like a backflow to keep you off the ground.
Yeah, she's like physically just bouncing now off of her little platforms that she creates when she gains extra jumping distance.
And you eventually run into Ocarine.
Okay.
Hi there.
And Leah nods.
Okay.
And
So we will.
still bouncing in place like a little freak, or a big freak in this case. She just offers Ocarina a hand.
Do you take it, Akarin?
I mean, at the moment, I'm still very comfortable up in my tree.
You are, but
But
what
you're-
you do notice, it was not the same tree that you climbed originally.
Oh, in this case, I'm definitely gonna take the help.
So are you just going to carry her on your back?
Pretty much.
Okay. What are you gonna do? You're gonna continue or go back?
Keep going.
Okay. You end up eventually, after a minute or two, back to your starting point, and you can tell because you can see a clear path that you kind of did through like a dent in the fog that is slowly filling back in.
Okay.
And
Then, while she's still maintaining her little jumps above the glyphs, she's going to redirect some of her attention to begin a prayer to ask her Fey Queen what to do, following Gale's advice.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a performance, and then we'll switch to Kittis.
22.
Okay. We'll resolve that momentarily.
Okay.
Kittis.
She kind of like starts looking around for, because like she remembered the story that they told her, because like but she was not there, so she was just like, well, okay. She looks around and she finds a rune and she kind of makes note of like what the rune it looks like, and then she kicks it
So.
and teleports somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay. So you kind of feel around on the ground. You kind of feel a stone, and then you kick the stone. And
Well, after she makes note of what it looks like,
okay.
the rune that she actually touches.
So you're not able to physically see it because of the fog.
Oh, you freaking piece of.
There's a very, very thick fog that comes up to about a foot and a half. That is just it obscures the ground completely.
Then how the frick are we supposed to? She just kind of starts kicking runes and teleporting at random.
Right.
Just kind of getting a feel for the magic.
So you kick your first one and you're alone. You kick your second one and you're with Gale and Cedar. You kick your third one and you're with Leah and Ocarine, and then you kick another one and you're back where you started.
Okay, so there's 4 areas.
So Leah, you kind of land on the ground to start your prayer. Unless you want to try to do your prayer while moving, and then I'll probably impart a disadvantage.
I'd say she would, yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll another and take the lower then.
Okay.
Or take the yeah.
Yeah. With my modifier, that is still a 16, but not as good.
Okay. So you're going to continue going down your path, and you're going to eventually cut into the trail that you've already kind of cut through the fog with your movement, with Ocarine on your back, and you're going to be doing this prayer like, "Hey, WTF," and a 16 is still good enough to kind of get an answer, and you just kind of hear a laughter, and you hear kind of a chuckle, and you just kind of get a feeling like a game is being played. And you hear, if prayer is the answer, go the other way. And you just hear a chuckle again. Like, so you get a super vague response.
Okay.
Kittis, you kick another rock and you're back with Cedar and Gale.
And she kind of just like, come on, we're gonna go around in circles for a bit. And she kind of grabs onto him and then kicks the next one.
Who do you grab onto? Both of them?
Yeah, she just goes,
All right. As long as it's not contested, you all 3 teleport together, and you all appear directly in front of Leah, who seems to be walking on air, holding Ocarine on her back.
what you guys are telling me? None of you remember how to solve this.
I tried praying to Aquafania. Nothing happened.
But you guys solved it the first time.
I wasn't here.
Cedar's quietly kind of looking around, and I'm gonna have her trying to think what to do. I want her to cast Prestidigitation to make a little bit of a gust of wind to kind of clear away some fog. And she's gonna start firing her fireworks spell at the ground to see if that'll do anything about the runes.
So you definitely use Prestidigitation, and it blows some of the it does blow some of the fog away, enough where you can see the runes on the ground. and you target your spell with them, and it sounds like your spell hits rocks, but the fog rolls back in quickly enough that you were focused on your spell, so you couldn't really see what happened or what was on the rocks because you were focused on your
Hold on.
spell.
Hold on, use the prestidigitation again, because I was trying to see the dang runes.
Okay. And she does it again.
Okay. It clears about 6 or 8 feet in front of you, and you notice some of the rocks don't have runes on them.
Cedar is going to forget to communicate this, but she's going to just pop up, fly, and land on that area.
Okay. And you do not teleport.
Like, you just hear it in the fog. You just hear this, like, child voice screeching.
Care to clear away so we can reach it?
You just hear, like, a flapping noise, and she's gonna repeatedly cast prestidigitation and, like, flap her wings really hard to try and clear away some of the fog so they can see.
I'm gonna try something. So as they're all doing this, I'm gonna pop a detect magic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do I get any readings from the stones that Cedar's standing on?
Not from the one Cedar is standing on. No.
Okay. So then, given that this lasts for 10 minutes, Leah is going to jump from where she's in the air onto one of the dead zones in detect magic.
Does it see faint or any? Okay, yeah. So, I will say it's extremely difficult to see because of how many runes there are. But you are able to do that, and you kind of, assumingly still holding Ocarine, are now
Yes.
jumping to empty space, and not teleporting.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. So Kittis, like with the, I'm assuming Cedar blowing it away. She's just kind of like hopping between the runes.
Okay. You can definitely follow, or try to, but with the distance, I'm going to need a dexterity save from you, or excuse me, an acrobatics. An acrobatics. You can just do an acrobatics roll, not a save.
Okay, acrobatics. It's like the same thing for me, but 3.
You do attempt to follow Cedar. You jump, fall a little bit short, and you teleport away.
Immediately she just kicks the next rune and she like basically just go back around the dang circle.
Are you just gonna keep kicking until you find him again?
Yes. Next place. Next place. Next
When
place.
After about 5 jumps, you find him again.
when Kittis reappears, Leah's gonna set down Akarine on one of the dead zones and go pick up Kittis instead.
Okay. And what's Gale doing during all this?
I'm assuming he flies. I hope.
So having seen everybody moving over to the dead zone, Gale's going to try and do the same thing. He's going to try and fly, try and boost himself over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I can do.
Then I want a history check to see if you remember where that dead zone is.
Oh, god damn it! All right.
Wait, she's not casting prestidigitation anymore?
No,
She does.
yeah, I wanted to.
But the fog rolls back in almost immediately. So
So
But
that's
she
a
said she was
15.
casting it like
Over and over.
continuously.
Then it would be like a continuous.
That's a 15 for my history check.
you made it. You remember. You were close enough where you're like, I think it was here, and then you kind of jump, and you are on the next set of rocks. And then Ocarina got placed down. Leah comes and grabs, and starts navigating away. So, between the detect magic and the prestidigitation, eventually all of you make it far enough in that instead of going in a circle, you make your way out into a clearing.
Oh
And
my gosh, wasn't this hearing with the
Once
buff
again.
guy? The dude with the
Mhm.
head of his school?
Yep.
Oh,
Once again, I'm going to repeat this. You guys really like actually, Asharice, you guys don't remember how you solved this puzzle? Like what?
they didn't the first time.
No, we didn't.
They didn't.
No.
They asked for
No,
help.
we just kind of pushed our way through.
Also, it's been like 2 years. I've tried to sleep since then.
Yeah.
Emphasis on tried to.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
once they get to the clearing, Theater's gonna be like, "Hey, yellow fake queen, I did it this time!"
so let's see.
Overexcited, like she's an overexcited child right now.
As opposed to what she normally is.
Yes.
Another overexcited child.
So you guys find yourself in a clearing, weary from an entire day of travel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Is this replaying the entire series? Apparently.
This was where we camped out.
Oh.
You're not gonna kiss another fairy, are you?
Okay, first of all, the fairy kissed me, okay?
Okay.
First of all, what's the second?
First,
No.
and maybe Cedar's saying all this. She's like, "Is there like a second of all, or is that the end of the list?"
That's the end. I don't need to make any more lists.
Okay.
Something different will happen in the interest of time. Something appears in the field with you.
Hello.
Oh no. Hey, that.
As it begins staring at you wordlessly.
Do I know what this is?
Nope.
That's
But
great.
it speaks in common tongue.
What you looking at?
Tell me, are you enjoying a stroll down memory lane?
I mean, I could have done without the torture rack.
Then tell me, are you done playing? Have you figured it
Depends on
out?
what-
I've gauged your
You in charge
intent. No, no. My master is in charge here. But I am in charge of the game to see if you're worthy of an audience with my master.
Is that a crown or is it part of your head? It looks cool. But is
Do you?
anyway, yes, this is how her 10-year-old self would act.
He kind
Like
of
an egg boy.
He kind of smiles. Your friend would know. And he points to Philo. Welcome home. And Philo floats over and starts playing with the strings on his head.
Musician.
Wait. Wait. She owns you now?
It all rolls back to the strongest. You end up owning everything and nothing. It all just depends on how deep you need to go. Who owns time? Who created time? Who works for who? If you wish...
Spain is older than time?
No, but time was created by men, and men dream.
You see babysitter like trying to like work that out in her head. Like, wait.
Semantics aside, have you figured out the trick to my game?
Yeah, I'm not very good at tricks. In case you hadn't picked up on that in the past, I don't know how long we've been here.
Is this a chicken and the egg scenario? I hated that question in school.
Not at all.
Okay.
I am merely trying to suss out whether I should let you have an audience with the Queen. But if you don't know the trick behind the memories, why do you deserve the treat of continuing your quests when I have hundreds or dozens of episodes of memories that I could go through as a DM until you figure it out?
Episodes? What is this? Well, you're
We're
using
going-
our memories and playing with them and having us go back through them, so I don't know, that's the trick. You like to play with memories?
Remember, I was here. I wanted. Here's the problem. Above game. Part of the reason why she was here is because of the reason why she was here was because of her family, but she doesn't remember.
Whoops.
You were on an adventure and you had killed your other party when you were captured, and then these guys found you. So you technically, I don't believe, were you on this portion of it, or was this before they rescued you?
This was before they rescued me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you don't recognize this place.
Nope. No, wait, I do, because we did go back through that. We did camp out here on the way
On the way back, yeah. So you don't understand the significance of it, though, necessarily.
No, not at all. This was just there. It's just like, what is going on?
Babysitter is still like kind of doing a little. Is it because Gail kissed the fairy?
The fairy kissed me!
Oh, I just hit my head.
Oh, you okay?
I'm good.
Sure?
She's still breathing. I'm fine. I just whacked my head on the bedboard. I'm good.
Then
That's how you lose brain cells, I should know.
we shall play the game a little longer until you understand it. And he disappears.
Hold on, quick
Mm-hmm.
question. Am I the one that's supposed to understand, or is someone there? Because I don't
Anyone.
remember this place really.
Anyone? Yes, my little floof.
Do I have to be 10 through the whole thing?
What was that?
Yes. Do I have to stay a child through the whole thing? Because I was an adult before this started, and now I'm 10, and it's weird, and she's not supposed to be 13.
When you seek audience with the Queen, maybe her treasures can revert some of your troubles. But until then, I will solve one of your troubles, and he will walk up to you, wrap his arm around you, take a sword, and slash away all the invisible spider webs that were attached to you. You may be welcome here, but your tailor sure isn't. So please don't welcome her into your memories again, please.
Okay.
Enjoy the rest of the game.
But you never answered your question about the hat.
And he vanishes.
And I guess we just
Adults always do this.
So this will be where we
Welcome to my
end
world.
the session for now.
That's awesome.
So I do hope you guys enjoyed, but we'll go ahead and stop here for now.
Very much.
Because I think you said you had
Oh,
4
that's
hours, and I'm kind of coming up on time too. So we shall
Yeah.
call it a day for now.
Oh, that was good.
thank you. And if anyone is watching, thank you so much.
Yeah. Hope you guys
Thank you.
enjoyed.
First friend Monica was watching, so thank you.
All right.